council members are present. I'd like to introduce, if you just turn around so I can introduce you to the chamber audience. These are our future leaders from Troop 911, and they're working on their citizenship badge in the community. And part of that requirement is to meet with an elected official, which we just did for about 30 minutes to grill me. But anyway, they did a really good job. And so I appreciate Forrest Campbell and the other troop leaders who always support this badge. So thank you. All right, without further ado, gentlemen, if you'll please continue with leading us in the pledge.
To the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thanks, guys. Really appreciate you being here. Thank you. Okay. All right. Agenda item number 2, citizens to be heard. Is there anyone in the chambers that would like to speak to the council? You have up to 3 minutes. We do have a new little timer at the podium that is new. Yeah, isn't that fancy? Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Forrest Campbell.
Yes, Forrest Campbell of Troop 911. I've been with the troop, well, my son made Eagle, he's 44 now.
Oh, no.
Troop that long, so. But usually what I do is congratulate the City Council of Leon Valley and the Mayor, and I usually make a flag, and this is Forrest Scout, Troop 911, Certificate of Appreciation presented to Mayor Chris Riley, the City Council of Leon Valley, and past mayors and City Council members for hosting at Leon Valley City Council meetings and answering all the Scouts' questions in the City of Leon Valley, November 7, 2023. Scoutmaster signed it, Troop 911. Troop Committee Chairman signed it, and I signed it, and I will present this to the Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Really appreciate you doing that.
Want to get a picture or something?
Sure. All right, anyone else that would like to address the council at Citizens to be Heard? And this is usually on a topic that's not on the agenda, usually. Okay, seeing no one, then we will move to presentations. Before we start the presentations, I just wanted to note that our city attorney, Art Rodriguez, is online. Oh, it's Brad Bullock. Okay. A last minute change. Okay. So Brad Bullock is our city attorney, and he is online tonight. So if we have any questions, it'll be taken by that method. Okay. 3.1, presentation, discussion, and direction to staff on the rules of decorum and city council meeting guidelines procedures. And we have Dr. Crystal Caldera, our city manager, here this evening to present. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Just a little bit of background. We attended TML about a month ago now, and as part of one of the training sessions, there was some conversation about council meeting procedure. And what the council requested was that we go over our council meeting procedure to see if that's something we want to change in our council decorum or change as far as just guidelines on how the meeting is ran. So one of the things that came out of that session and one of the things that was commented on by some of the council members was talking about citizen participation. And so we took a look at whether or not the council would like to have a sign-up sheet for citizens to be heard or possibly a comment card. And I did copy and paste some pictures of what comment cards would actually look like. You could have something extensive like this, or you could have something very simple, or you can have a sign-up sheet. For those of you that have followed us over the years, we've attempted to have a sign-up sheet for citizens to be heard. I know the mayor might remember, and it didn't go over very well. But again, it was one of the topics of conversation at the meeting, and so I'm bringing it to you to see if that's something the council would like to do.
Well, I'll just pipe up here. I still think we were such a small city that I don't think we need sign-up sheets unless it's a big, huge meeting and it's contentious and stuff like that. I was going to say, Dr. Caldera, that the TML seminar that we all attended, I think we all attended, it was entitled Go Home Early, a practical guide to streamlining your meetings. And so that was what we were learning, is how can we shorten our meetings. And so I think the idea of having a sign-up would be one way, but again, we're still limited to how many minutes. It's 3 minutes, right, per person. So anyway, so that's, I think we can handle it, just who shows up, but that's my 2 cents. How about anyone else? Yes, Councilor Campos.
Mayor, I agree with you. I think it's a small area. We can handle it by just people raising their hands at the time during citizens to be heard.
Okay.
That's my opinion.
All right, thank you. Councilor Martinez.
I concur with you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? All right, yes. Councilor Bradshaw.
So I agree, Mayor, and I think maybe an idea is to print out some simple rules of decorum and maybe put them on the door or wherever, maybe on the entrance here, just like a laminated sheet that says, if you would like to, you have 3 minutes to speak during citizens be heard, and if there's another item on the agenda you want to speak about, please raise your hand and to be recognized, or something like that. So we don't have to go over them all the time, and people know that they just raise their hand to talk. Something like that, just to
Okay,
so people know.
sounds good. Okay.
All right, the next item that was discussed was only allowing citizens to speak during citizens to be heard and not on each individual agenda item. We are an anomaly when it comes to that. Most cities only allow citizens to speak during citizens to be heard. You also have 2 places for citizens to speak, once at the beginning and once at the end. Most cities only have 1 place for citizens to be heard. But again, it's for your consideration. I don't know if we've ever limited. I think we've always allowed citizens to speak on every item. I don't remember ever in a time where we've ever not allowed that.
We did have it a long time ago,
Right,
and
okay.
that you could only speak at citizens to be heard on both the front and at the back end. But we did change it because actually citizens raised their hand and came up and said, well, how about this? And these were always good suggestions. So somehow it kind of rolled into being able to speak at each agenda item. But again, the topic was how to run a more efficient meeting and go home early. That was the topic. And so they recommend that you don't open it up for citizens to speak on each agenda item. It's a tough one. So what do y'all think? Yes, Councilor Campos.
Mayor, my suggestion is having it only once at the beginning of the meeting. I polled 7 different municipalities: Bernie, Helotes, City of San Antonio, New Braunfels, San Marcos, Wimberley, Balcones Heights, and Cibolo. And they all have it just at once at the beginning of the meeting. That's my suggestion.
Okay, all right. Yes, Councilor Bradshaw.
So I agree. I think we should just have 1 citizens to be heard, and I was debating the beginning or the end, right? Because if people don't get here in the beginning, then they miss it. That's, I think, why we kind of had it at the end, but that's part of being responsible citizens, being here when the meeting starts and having your voice heard at the beginning. And then I would say, like I suggested, is we just say if you raise your hand during the meeting, but don't, we don't have to stop at every agenda item and say anybody, right?
You mean keeping that open as an option?
as an option
Okay.
to talk about agenda items, but,
Okay.
and then remove the citizens to be heard at the end. That's what I would.
Okay, other than at the front of the hour, front of
At
the
the front, leave
meeting?
it at the front.
Okay,
Mhm.
all right, okay, that might be a compromise. Anyone else?
Well,
Yes, Counselor Martinez.
I agree. We can get rid of the citizens to be heard at the end of the meeting.
Nobody's here.
No, yeah.
Yeah.
And, probably 90%, 95% of the time, there's nobody here at the end of the meeting.
Mm-hmm.
But I still think people should be able to speak at each agenda item. But I'm flexible. I could go either way. But
Mm-hmm.
I'd prefer to give the voice to the people.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Orozco.
I'm okay with it to narrow it down to one, but I would like to have it in the beginning to set the tone for the rest of the meeting. And as far as commenting on a subject matter, sometimes they have some pretty valuable information or comments that I would like to take into consideration when making my decision.
So you'd like to keep that option open for somebody to raise their hand and speak on an agenda item?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, very good, I like that. Counselor Stevens.
Yeah, so I might agree with Ray, I don't know for sure, but I kind of disagree with all the other sentiment about, I think we should allow citizens to speak on every agenda item. It's not really a problem right now. I don't know what San Antonio rule you were referencing, but when I've gone to San Antonio meetings, there's a couple of citizens that sign up for every agenda item, and they go up and talk on every agenda item. And so you do have to sign up in advance, but I know there's a specific citizen for sure that speaks on every agenda item. And a lot of times he'll go up and he'll say, I no longer have a comment on this agenda item. But it's very chop, during the comment periods. And that's just in their A meetings. I don't know about the other ones, but.
So do you want to allow 3 minutes at citizens to be heard and 3 minutes for each agenda item per citizen? Or do you just want to limit them to 3 minutes?
Or what if we did if y'all want to limit it to maybe an aggregate amount for the whole time or something? Because I just think citizens might be here because they may care about a zoning issue, but they may also have an issue with something in their own neighborhood.
So right now what we do is if it's a non-agenda item, you get time to citizens to be heard at 3 minutes, and then if it's on the agenda item, I reclock you at 3 minutes. So technically you have 6 minutes. So if you're okay with that, okay with that procedure, then.
Is that consensus? Yes, Counselor Campos, I know you wanted.
I'm not. Citizens will be heard at the beginning of the meeting. That way we'll have an efficient meeting, and they'll have time to address not only their general comments, but the specific items on the agenda as well. That's what I've seen, and so that's just my suggestion.
Okay, sure, I understand that. All right. Does anyone?
So I'm hearing that the majority still want
the 3 and 3.
Citizens to be heard. I'll remove the citizens to be heard at the end of the meeting, and then we'll still allow citizens to speak on each agenda item.
Okay.
And then gavel exactly at 3 minutes. So what I found was we allow sometimes people to continue speaking after the 3 minutes, and it varies from 30 seconds to a minute to 10 seconds. And so I think maybe, we need to consider 3 minutes being 3 minutes for everybody.
Right, I saw that little timer, and I sure wish I could have one up here, so then I'd see where they're
You'll
at.
hear a beep when it goes
Yeah.
off.
Okay, all right, yes,
And
Counselor
if we
Luster.
can just limit it to, when it comes to the subject matter, for the one time to speak, because sometimes it becomes a debate. When one of the citizens says something, somebody must come and speak up again against what he said. If we can just allow it just one time on that subject for the 3 minutes and go on.
But the council should not be responding to citizens to be heard at
No,
any point of the meeting.
I'm talking about them responding to each other.
Oh, yeah, to each other, yeah. I just mean the council with the citizens, whether it's even on an agenda item and or citizens to be heard, the council should not be commenting back to the citizens' comment.
That's correct.
Correct.
Okay, all right, very good. Oh, that was the other thing at this seminar. It was conducted by an attorney of all, I don't know, but he was into how to run a meeting. He was big on the mayors using a gavel.
And that's why I put in gavel at 3
Yeah.
minutes, exactly, so
And
that
I
way
was
it
just
stops
like,
the conversation.
Well, it's not just, I just use it to open and close the meeting. And I talked to a lot of the other mayors up there, and they said, oh, no, we just use it to open and close the meeting. But no, he wants you to use it when you open up,
Agenda
presentations,
items.
and then when you finish presentations, you gavel it. I mean, listen, that's like, patting your stomach and rubbing your head. It's too much to, anyway, so I don't think, unless y'all really want me to use this gavel, I mean, I just prefer not to use the gavel, but
If
what do
they
you
get
think?
out of hand, Mayor.
It could get out of hand, that's right. Okay, yes, yeah,
It's a special
Okay.
circumstances.
Yeah, but
Then
he
you
was-
have the mayor, you have your mayor privileges.
but like I said, he was really big on using the gavel a lot during the meeting, big time.
So that's why I put it on there. It was just one of the points that was made. I don't personally have a preference other than I think sometimes some residents feel that there's favoritism for other residents over other residents because we may stop somebody at a certain amount of time and may not stop other people at a certain amount of time. And so I think if we just stop the discussion at 3 minutes and not let people, because I think
Right.
when we say go ahead and finish your thought, it's not finishing their thought. If you look at the last meeting, we allowed somebody to go almost a minute past the 3 minutes. So.
Right, okay. We'll have to do it that way.
Council participation, this also came up, limiting the council members' time to speak. It was suggested between 5 to 10 minutes. Robert's rules allow only 2 times per council member, just kind of, if that's something y'all want to consider. Just kind of thoughts on either of those 2 items.
It's, for me, sometimes it's hard to determine that 2 times. You know what I'm saying? Have you noticed how enthusiastic y'all get sometimes? And so you'll ask a question and then you'll get the answer, but then you'll ask another question, but then another question will come up. And so, anyway, it's hard to limit that because, you have a lot to say. And so maybe it should just be 5 minutes. We time it. I don't know, but who's going to time it? That's the other thing. What do y'all think? I mean, I think just want to hear from you because you're the board. So, yes, Mr. Martinez.
My biggest issue is when you have the floor and you make a statement and then somebody jumps in and starts like arguing with you, or they take over the discussion, and you're sitting here, okay, so much for me speaking now. That's just courtesy that when you're called on, you just need to be able to speak. And I agree limiting the speech to 5 minutes at a time. And I agree that you can only speak twice on an item. If you're prepared, if you read the agenda ahead of time, you should be able to formulate most of your questions. I know you'll come up with more questions as debate goes on, but with speaking twice, and it should be that you speak. It goes around the room. Everybody gets a chance to speak one time before you can speak a second time. And that's in
I
Robert's
think
Rules
that's
of
in
Order.
Robert's rules too. Yeah. Okay. Yes, Councilor Bradshaw. Thank you.
So this is my 3rd time speaking on this agenda item, I think.
There you go. I know.
So,
Good
Yeah.
point. Good point. See.
yeah, and you're talking 5 minutes
Yeah.
total for an agenda item, right? Like, there's just so much variation here, so I don't like the idea of putting limits, especially when we're the lawmakers, right, for the city to try and put all these rules. And even the part about preparing presentations, I know, thinking back, Councilor Hefner, even before he was on the council, but it was Matthew Hody, did this whole presentation about the animal ordinance, right? And it was, Councilor Stevens has done quite a few presentations that he's given us. Very informative stuff that we need to do. And even one of the first council meetings that I came to was talking about towing of vehicles. And I had to do this whole presentation between state law versus our law and show that, so if we just take that all out, I think we're kind of doing ourselves a disservice. And to the point of, when we get this information, sometimes, Councilor Martinez could bring up a good point, or Compost, or whoever, and it triggers other conversations.
Exactly.
And so
That's
it's
right.
an open dialogue. So maybe we could say a timer, don't take all the time, 5 minutes at a time, for just, hogging all the conversation, maybe something like that. But as far as with 2 times and 5 minutes total, and that's it, then yeah, that means will be very efficient, but it's going to be like you really have to be careful what you say in that time to be able to fit it in.
So you're for having it a little bit looser and not so
Continue,
stricter.
just continue as is.
Yeah,
I
basically,
mean,
I'm saying
yeah.
keep
Okay,
it as is
I get it.
for now.
So let me understand, the 5 minutes, is that what you're going with, just 5 minutes for both times?
No,
No,
he's
no
just
time at
saying
all.
leave it
Just what
alone.
we've been doing.
Another-
Just,
okay.
just talk.
I'm okay with the 5 minutes. We'll say our comments, whatever we feel like about a certain subject, and move on. I get to hear everybody before we do our vote.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Campos, what do you think?
I agree. We need to prepare in advance, be concise in our comments, and I think limiting twice, going around the dais twice, I think is sufficient. I'll tell you, I've been involved in seeing the city of San Antonio and the San Antonio water system. I've never seen a trustee or a council member in those arenas ever prepare an agenda, presentation for agenda. The staff does it.
Yeah.
It's based upon the facts of what we're covering. It's not the politics involved, but that's what I've seen.
Mm-hmm.
And so I would say not to allow council members to do this.
Okay. All right. Yes, Councilor Stevens.
Yeah, so I guess my first comment will be on that's actually interesting because there was a very recent controversial agenda item that was added by a San Antonio City Council member and her colleague, and she presented it to the council. I can't remember exactly what it is, but I'll go back and try to find it in a second. But yeah, so that's just not accurate. They present agenda items that they have, especially when you get into the controversy. Like, we don't do a lot of the like the whole intention of the Open Meetings Act, Texas's Open Meetings Act, and to ask questions and exchange ideas is here in front of the citizens. And so if you're limiting that discussion, I just see that could open up, issues, especially with the more complex agenda items. And again, to the 2-point thing, we've all already talked 2 points on this item, right, as of now. And I just talked my second agenda item. So if we're following that strictly, I would never talk again. I can't imagine doing a budget agenda item, like a full budget, with only being able to ask 2 questions or talk at 2 points. Like, it doesn't make sense. I will caveat that and say that San Antonio has a 10-minute time limit for the council members. They go around twice, and generally they have all their thoughts composed very well. But they are full-timers, and so they spend a lot of time at City Hall where they get to interact with that's their paid salaries, right? And that's their full-time job. So they have that ability to constantly interact with staff and ask for dollar amounts and ask for, all these questions answered. But, and we do get that often, but I feel like sometimes, like Councilman Bradshaw kind of pointed to, sometimes somebody says something and you're like, oh, it clicks a little light bulb in your head.
Yeah.
And then you want to, it just brings up something that you may have not thought about at all before the meeting. So.
Okay. So, and you're for being able to allow council members to have presentations? The other issue?
Yeah, absolutely. I think
Okay.
that's important.
All right.
I actually think that's very important because oftentimes, like, our charter allows us the opportunity to add an agenda item with another council member.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're saying I can add an agenda item, but I can't even present it, that's a little bit ridiculous, especially if it's something that staff is not into at all.
Mm-hmm.
So if I want to do something that maybe staff is not in favor of, and my only opportunity to present it to you is to have a staff member that's not in favor of it present it, like, it makes absolutely no sense, especially if it's something very political, which again, we don't really do on this, since I've been a part of this council, at least, like the really political type of stuff. But I just
wanted to clarify that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
no, I think
Appreciate it.
I can see the points of limits, especially on like some of the agenda items, but I also see that it's going to be hard. I mean, any time, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever, it's going to be hard to time ourselves. Like, what are we going to do? Hold a
Isn't that the
stopwatch
truth?
on,
Yeah.
so.
Okay, thank you. Did you have your hand up, Mr. Martinez? Okay, anyone else? Okay. Yes,
If we go
Mr.
by the
Orozco.
5-minute rule, if we spend 25 minutes in one subject compared to 50 minutes, we'll be here forever. Again, I understand both sides of it, but I think that if we do our research, we do our homework, we come in with a concept of what we're going to hear from other councilmen, I think we can do it in 25 minutes without having to go almost an hour on each subject.
Okay.
So I have 2 for 5 minutes. I have 2 for no limits. So I need somebody to break that tie here.
Okay.
I agree with 5 minutes.
You agree with 5 minutes too? So that's 3 for 5 minutes and 2 for, okay. We have a hand up. Mr. Mata, what would you like to say?
Yeah, I want to remind you guys, it wasn't that long ago we had a council on here where the majority decided to railroad the minority. And I'm not going to name any names, but it's obvious what this is about. This is to target a certain council member that's sitting up there and a former council member that's sitting over here. There are different personalities. Some of you guys input a little less than others, and you need to understand that's life, right? Councilman Stevens prepares like no one else up there. I don't think anyone can deny that. And his input has been very valuable since he's been on council. He's done a lot of very positive things for this community. It's interesting that this discussion came about right after the controversy first emerged with the STRs. And there were certain councilmen that maybe didn't appreciate the input from other council members up there. So the idea of limiting the speech of your fellow council member, we elect you guys up there, okay? And this gives us all an opportunity to discuss matters that are of meaning to us, okay? So we had a big problem when we saw that going on 3-4 years ago with the previous council. And the way I see it, that's what some people up there are trying to do now. Thank you.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that this agenda item came directly from the TML seminar that we all attended. And so we were kind of like, wow, let's talk about this. And so let's put it on the agenda.
Open this up to the citizens yet? I thought we were going to go through the PowerPoint presentation and then have them come up and speak on those items. So we've been going at it for
Okay.
30 minutes.
All right. So, I see a hand, so I'm going to let them have, yeah.
That's up to the council. We're at 30. We said we were going to spend about 30 minutes on this agenda item when we still have 2 more slides.
Okay,
That's what I
so
wanna do.
the council prefers us to wait to hear from citizens at the end of the presentation? I mean,
Why don't you finish the whole PowerPoint, and then we can speak in and hear from them as well.
okay, sounds good. Thank you. Anyway, but I just want to clarify that this agenda item was directly from our TML seminar that we went to, so.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So again, I'm still kind of at this limbo. I've got 2 for 5 minutes, 2 for unlimited, and then Mr. Martinez said he was okay for the 5 minutes. So do y'all want to change the rules of decorum or bring that back at the next agenda?
Mr. Bradshaw, go ahead.
Mayor, I'd like to offer a compromise. The Council Martinez, Councilor Campos, and Councilor Orozco limit themselves to 2 times and 5 minutes, and Councilor Stevens and myself can speak as many times as we want for as long as we want.
How about that?
The meeting shorter.
Yeah,
Or
there
y'all
you
want to
go.
compromise on time, 10 minutes? Like, I don't know. I'm just.
Give us 7 minutes. Let's go halfway, 7 minutes.
I mean, nobody's making track of it.
Yeah, who's going to keep track of it? I'm certainly not going to, so,
We're making something hard that should be simple.
yeah.
Okay, so no time limit. I mean, I'm just going based off the points that were demonstrated at TML. I didn't come up with these points.
No,
I
these were
literally
all from TML.
copied
yeah.
and pasted them out. I mean, took notes and moved them over into this PowerPoint presentation.
And-
so
and-
there was some concern about the meetings not being more than 2 hours long, because I think that's what was said at your council meeting shouldn't be more than 2 hours long. And so we were trying to make a concerted effort to have the meetings go more efficiently. These were some of the recommendations made by that particular person. And so I just need some clear direction on what to do from the staff's.
And I think that you said it at the beginning that we're an anomaly. I mean, Leon Valley we're the odd man out. You go to all the other council meetings and they don't allow people to speak. So we are different.
So I was just
Go
going to
ahead.
say, Mayor, if this is such a great idea, the 3 councilor members, I think it's great to go 5 minutes or 7 minutes, whatever you want to do, and 2 times speaking, then let's try it. The next agenda item coming up about the short-term rentals, 2 times speaking, 5 minutes, that's all you get to talk, and see how that works. I just don't think it's feasible, it's not possible for some of these
Yeah.
more
More in-depth,
longer.
yeah, I
Not,
get
we
you.
don't have to spend this much time on a lot of items, which we don't on a lot of items, but some we need more
Sure.
discussion.
Exactly. I agree. Yes, Mr. Martinez.
I could go either way, but a compromise might be limiting the amount of time we spent on an item. Like you mentioned the STR. We've already spent 33 minutes on this topic, or about 30 minutes. What if we limited the topic, contentious topic, to 30 minutes? After 30 minutes, we stop the discussion and move on. And you can speak 5 times if you want. There's no limit, but let's keep the whole item in a box.
Well, I might say at the end of 30 minutes, we can decide if we need more time and say 15 more minutes. I mean, I don't know. It just, like you say, you just don't know. Just depends upon the topic.
Okay, so I'm going to.
But I mean, we're conscious. I think what this is doing is it's building awareness that we need to, just keep our comments short, sweet, to the point, and not repeat ourselves. And because, we're trying to run a more efficient meeting, I guess. I don't know. What do y'all-
So I'm gonna move on to the next slide, and we'll start because that seems like the only item so far that shows contention. Agenda format: moving the council announcements and city manager's report to the end of the meeting.
I don't have a problem with that. We used to have it at the end of the meeting, and then I think the council said, but nobody's here to see our announcement, so we moved it to the front. So
Now
I mean,
you
yeah.
live stream your meetings.
Yeah, so now we live stream our meetings. So that's, I think, is the reason why we moved it to the front. What do y'all think? Keep it? Move it back? It doesn't matter. Yes, Mr. Martinez, go ahead. To me. As long
I
as we have
personally
it.
think the announcements should be at the beginning of the meeting. That's when we have people here. We've had meetings end at 9 o'clock, and we've had meetings end at 1 o'clock in the morning. Who's going to stay here at 1 o'clock to listen to announcements? I know if I wasn't on council, I sure as heck wouldn't. So I think we need to keep it at the beginning of the meeting.
Okay. Mr. Stevens, what about you?
I don't have a preference.
Okay.
I don't care.
All right, Mr. Campos.
And I don't have a
Okay.
preference.
Mr. Okay, and, all right, so we might put it at the end sometimes, put it at the beginning sometime. We'll just kind of play with that. How about presentation action items first? What do you mean about that?
Just all the regular agenda before you hear your presentation. So we hear your presentations first, but putting presentations at the end, and all your regular agenda goes at the forefront of your meeting. So you handle your business first, and so if you are running long on your actual business action items, it's easier for y'all to postpone presentations because normally they're not as dire need to be voted on or take action that night. Same thing with announcements and the city manager's report. The reason that they recommended some of that be put at the end of the meeting was to take care of the city business forefront. As you mentioned, mostly everybody's here at the beginning of the meeting, so you want to take care of your action, regular business items first on the agenda, and then everything that isn't in need to be taken care of as the council, then that be put at the end of the meeting. That was just a recommendation, but again.
Okay. Anyone disagree with that? Yes, Mr. Martinez.
I think presentations should be at the beginning of the meeting. A lot of times, if we have an employee that's been here for 25 years or something, their family comes to the meeting, and they want to be here to enjoy the presentation. And do we really want the family to stay here till 11 o'clock at night waiting for a presentation?
That's the point. Yes, Mr. Campos.
I agree with that, but if there's any way to move up items where we have like a consultant that's here representing
we always do that.
zoning
Yeah.
to move those up, that would be helpful.
We try to do that.
Yeah.
We really do. Try to look at the agenda and see how many people are going to be here, and that's what we did this time.
Yeah, we have
Yeah,
two regular agendas,
Yeah.
kind of.
Right.
Next is packet items. I heard from a couple of council members that our PowerPoints really aren't PowerPoints because we basically copy and paste what you see in your MNC onto the PowerPoint, and so they're not bullets. And so a typical PowerPoint, we always use, in school, we always use the 7-7 rule. And so PowerPoints are concise, but when you get them in the packet, I know some of the council members in the past have complained that the PowerPoints don't make sense to the general public because they're just bullet points, but they're supposed to read the MNC that is accompanied by the PowerPoint. But again, it's more of like preference on what y'all want to do. This just came up during those conversations. It really wasn't part of the conversation on efficient meeting, but I know sometimes some of the council members get frustrated that the staff is reading off the slide. Well, it's because there's a lot of information on the slide. So PowerPoint should be bullet, and there should be more of a conversation as far as presentation goes. But again, that's up to y'all and what y'all want to see in the packet for the citizens.
Well, the presenter in Dallas did say we needed to have 5 elements in our presentation, and we do. We have all of them.
It's
So I
it's
thought,
the words,
Yeah.
all the words on the page. So yes, you have all the 5. I'm not saying getting rid of any of the elements, but we literally copy and paste what's in your MNC onto the PowerPoint. At this point, I don't see the value of having the directors do an MNC. Like, why are they doing an MNC if everything in their MNC is on the PowerPoint?
okay.
They're just doing 2 separate documents.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Campos.
I would like to see the PowerPoints more abbreviated than having the M&C regurgitated on the PowerPoint for myself. The other thing is I don't see the value, and maybe I'm just missing it on the C statement. I just don't see the value of that.
That's a long time. I think, yeah.
I think most of the staff would agree.
Well, that's been a long, long time, and so I thought maybe we would maybe address that in our mission statement, or our strategic plan, that kind of thing, because we haven't looked at it in 5 years. So that's what we need to do.
It's not that the C statement's outdated, just the point of it being in the PowerPoint is what Mr. Campos is saying.
Sounds good. Yes, Mr. Martinez.
I agree with Councilor Campos. I don't really need to see the information twice. If you do your homework, you go through the packet, and I just need the bullet points. And what's really important, if there's something in there, even if it's something a long item, send us the original and a red line, so we can prepare and be better, prepared for when we're on the dais. But I agree. I like the 7-7 rule.
Okay. Anyone else have a comment on that? Yes, Mr. Stevens.
I actually completely agree, although I personally like the 7-3 rule, 3 bullet points max per slide, but it's because I really don't like a lot of text at all. If I could have things completely my way, it would only be photos on the slides and no words at all. But I do realize there is an important, you got to have a little bit there. So, but I think the shorter the PowerPoint, the easier it is for us to pay attention, and the easier it is for citizens to pay attention also. So.
Okay, so we'll make that adjustment.
So does that mean we will get rid of the M&C?
No, we'll keep the MNC
Okay.
and we'll do a shorter PowerPoint.
Just a shorter PowerPoint.
But we'll keep
Great.
all the elements. It's just
Okay.
what they're doing is copying and pasting from their MNC over, because we were getting complaints. I guess when people are getting the packet, they go straight to the PowerPoint and they're just seeing bullets, and the bullets don't make sense on face value in the packet because you don't have no context to them. But if you read the MNC that is prior to the PowerPoint, it does make sense. But a lot of people skip the MNC and move straight to the PowerPoint. So.
Isn't that strange? Because I go to the M&C.
Well, I think because we've been doing it for so long that
I didn't want to get rid of the M&C.
And get rid of the C statement.
Yeah, that's fine. I think the staff, they try to get creative with coming up with stuff for the C statement, so I think that's fine.
Okay, so anything else from the
Okay.
dais? And then
Okay, so-
I had a hand in.
So the only thing that stands in contention is whether or not you want to limit the council's speech. So you can hear from the citizens, and that's the only thing kind of left remaining on
Okay,
this item.
sounds good. All right, yes. Melanie, why don't you come on up and state your name and where you reside? Good to see you. Good evening.
My name is Melanie Hefner, and of everyone in this room, I can guarantee you that I am the one that hates to the nth degree the long council meetings. I had 3 young kids while Jed was on council, and it's, rough.
Sure it is.
However, I think it is very important that y'all are able to hear from the citizens. I think it's important on every topic that they're able to speak 3 minutes isn't a lot of time. I know it ends up being a lot of time, but as much as I disliked the, coming home sometimes at 1 a.m. or even later, it's important. And y'all up here, it's important for you to wrestle with the ideas. Somebody says something, bounce it off. Somebody else says something else. I appreciate your time, and I know that it's precious and important. And as in your positions, I think it's also important that you can hear from us, and then that we can hear from you and your thoughts on it as well. So, yeah, that's all.
Okay, thank you very much for those comments. Do appreciate it. Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Hefner, and welcome back to the chambers. Good evening and welcome.
Yeah, so she got me on the clock already. I wasn't going to speak. I had to get called out twice, so I guess I had to. Mayor, you mentioned that the city's an anomaly. I think that's a good thing, a thing to celebrate. Our citizens in this city are engaged. They care enough to show up to a council meeting, to be here. You guys serve our citizens, serve our community, and the time that you sacrifice, and I was part of that, right? The time that you sacrifice is valuable, but it's also because we're dealing with tough issues. We're dealing with things that affect our community, and those things are very, very important. We talked about time boxing 3 years ago, right? So how do you do that? One of the things that I didn't hear mentioned is if you want to limit the time, and let's say you make it 2 times, each counselor speaks 2 times, if there's still more discussion to be had, that's a really good indicator the item should be tabled and more preparation done and brought back to at another time. If you want to keep talking on it, then you can make that decision. The chair can make that decision. The body, as a majority vote, can make that decision. But it's a really good indication that, as a whole, more preparation, more thought needs to go into it. I will say the animal ordinance that Mr. Bradshaw mentioned, had it been passed in its original form, would have been horrible for our city. Unintended consequences. Staff trying their best to do things, but just not being able to think it all the way through or think from every perspective. The dialogue that happens at this dais is vital. It's the very foundation of our democracy. And you have to be able to have that dialogue between citizens and our elected officials. And as soon as you start curtailing that, just because everybody else does it, if everybody else jumped off a cliff, you shouldn't go jump off the cliff too. TOMA prevents conversation. I think Mr. Stevens mentioned that. You can't go out and have these conversations with more than 2 counselors outside of a meeting, or you're violating the law.
Just one.
Sorry.
Excuse me.
2. You can't have
2
a
together.
majority.
Yeah, 1
Right.
plus 1. Yeah. Okay. Just want to clarify that. Yeah, not 2.
Did I get my 10 seconds? But no, I'm just kidding.
Okay, there you go. Sorry.
The single best way to shorten your meeting length, if you look at all of the issues that have created contention, it's those issues where you're trying to take away citizens' rights. We've been talking for now 45 minutes on this topic of taking away the right to speak, which is our First Amendment fundamental rights. And so when you talk about taking away people's rights, that's what gets people up in arms. That's what makes your meetings long. Stay away from taking away people's rights, and guess what? These meetings will be short. I still think the full text of an ordinance is very important to put in the agenda. I don't know if that's part of the MNC or if it's not the presentation, it's not the bullet point version, but that's important. I'll close by saying the only and best defense against bad ideas is better ideas. And you hear those from talking about them here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Hey, 3 minutes. Yeah, that's not, that's a nice, calm warning. Okay, this is our first time to use this timer, by the way, to those of you in the chambers. All right, anyone else? Okay, so if not, Dr. Caldera, I think you've got some direction. Okay, sounds great. All right, so wonderful. We'll move on then at 6:45. Presentation number 3.2, presentation of a proclamation by myself proclaiming November 18th, 2023, America's Recycles Day. And I do have Elaine Valdez here this evening from the Earthwise Living Committee who's requesting this proclamation. You want to proclaim it, but you want to give it to someone, right? So I'm so glad that you're here. All right, so proclamation, Leon Valley, Texas, America Recycle Day, November 18th, 2023. Whereas Leon Valley, Texas residents generate more trash every day, and this trash gets buried in a landfill. And whereas recycling saves precious energy, conserves valuable natural resources, protects the environment, reduces landfill needs, and has a positive economic impact. And whereas the city, county, and residents of this community can do more to reduce and recycle waste. And whereas waste reduction and the purchase of recycled content products are critically important elements of an environmentally responsible waste management program. And whereas America Recycles Day is a national promotion to help raise awareness about recycling and buying recycled products. And now, therefore, I, Chris Riley, Mayor of the City of Leon Valley, Texas, do hereby proclaim November 18th, 2023 as America Recycles Day, signed by my hand on the 7th day of November, 2023. All right, let's give a round of applause to the Earthwise Living Committee for keeping us aware of our waste and the need to reduce. So, thank you. Appreciate it. All right, and so I know Crystal Miranda is our liaison, and she is working on a grant, hopefully through, I think it's ACOG, to get a hazardous waste pickup. Okay, it won't be, but I'm not sure when it is. I think it's we apply and then we get it the next year. So I know that's a need. And then computer recycling also people have asked for. So we're cognizant of that. All right, here you go. Thank you. And now we move to the regular agenda. Yes, Councilor Stevens, what would you like to say?
I don't know if y'all would be okay with this, but I was thinking that I don't know if we could possibly move the agenda item regarding the 8.3 regarding taxing short-term rentals up to maybe even before the short-term rental discussion. I don't know how y'all feel about that. But.
Before or not after? Which one
I
would
think
you
before, because then
before?
we won't have to talk about it again during the discussion of the STRs.
Okay.
Like,
So in
be
other words, you'd
beneficial.
like the hot tax to be taken up
Right,
next.
at the beginning, because I think it's going
Because
to be less
we're on
contentious.
the regular agenda right now, so you want it to be moved from 8 point whatever to right now.
Right now, yeah, because
Okay.
then it will
Does anybody
seems less
disagree with that?
controversial.
Anybody disagree with that? Okay, so then, okay, instead of being at the end of the end of the meeting, you're now at the beginning. Okay, let me read that. Okay, agenda item number 8.3, as per the council's direction. We're moving it next. Presentation and discussion authorizing the City Council to amend the Leon Valley Code of Ordinance, Chapter 11, Taxation, by adding 11.05 short-term rentals, occupancy tax, Article 11.05, short-term rentals, occupancy tax. And this is the first read, which means we'll discuss it tonight and we'll vote on it at the next meeting. And we have Roque Salinas, our Director of Economic Development, here this evening to present. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So this item was it's separate from the short-term rental regulation that you are going to be talking about. This is strictly on the hotel occupancy tax. We received direction from the council that we should collect the hotel occupancy tax. We have done some research and spoken to other cities where they do voluntary agreements with Airbnb. However, after speaking with Airbnb directly, they said they no longer do that. So per the last presentation and speaking to Airbnb, they said it would be an ordinance that they would prefer. That way it is a law that they have to follow. We've spoken to other cities. They said that it's very easy for Airbnb to impose this new tax, or not a new tax, it's a tax that they're not imposing. Currently, they are imposing the 6% state tax. So all they would do is put on our hotel motel tax, which I think is also 6%, on the platform, and they would remit to us at the same frequency that the hotel motel tax do that for us as well. So your options here are to approve or to deny this moving forward, but essentially it puts the burden on it puts the responsibility on the provider, on the host platform to collect and remit the tax to us, just like any other hotel would.
Okay.
Again, it would provide fair compliance to our responsible tax compliance and support economic growth. So this would be across the board hotel motel tax collection for the platform provider. Again, it would require them to do it. It would just, hotels don't already pay it, but the short-term rentals don't, and under state law, they're required to pay it. That's why the state does collect their hot tax from them. The fiscal impact, the increase in revenue from the city, we'll see an increase in revenue from the collection of this tax, obviously. As of right now, we don't know what that is, because we don't know how many short-term rentals out there we have out there and what they're charging, but we should see an impact. Hopefully after the first month or so, in talking to Airbnb, they can give us some data and we can get a better forecast for you guys at the end of the fiscal year. SEC statement that we were talking about, none of this is applicable to our strategic goals is to comply, review and create, enforce code impact to economic development. Oops, sorry, my bad.
Okay. And staff.
It's staff's recommendation you adopt the ordinance, but it is at your discretion to do so.
All right. Thank you very much. All right, so let's open it up for any questions from the council on this agenda item. Yes, Councilor Stevens.
Yeah, so
you'll
this was
begin.
the first time for us seeing it kind of in draft form. I only have a problem with one of the sections of this, and it's section 11.05.004. I don't know is it possible for you to pull that one up? It's like packet page 146 or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're almost there.
Required.
Yeah, it's
The
that
004.
required records. Yeah, so I think this is,
This was tied to the original, so this ordinance was done by Nicole a while back, and it was tied to the original
Short-term rentals, yeah.
Both drafts. And so when I updated the short-term rental ordinance, I did put other sections that Nicole had in here. I left this one in there by accident.
oh, okay.
Like it was tied to occupancy and the registration records and all of that. She had them kind of tied together when she wrote this ordinance.
Okay.
And so I missed a section.
Okay, I can see, and I'm okay with the part C of this, the consideration paid for the rental. But I know part B isn't really necessary because it's not for rooms that are rented, it's for only whole houses. And then part A, I think that's a little bit ridiculous because we don't even require that for our hotels and motels. So why would we require it from an STR owner?
It was tied to the original ordinance.
Okay, very good.
So when you do adopt this ordinance, you would just adopt it with the amendment to remove section 11.05.004. Or whoever makes the motion. Or Ingo.
This is the first.
No, this is,
is the
yeah,
first
this
read.
is the first read.
The other one's the same, sorry.
So we would just amend it, but keep in subsection C. Does everybody agree on that?
Well, or do you want to just take out all of the required records?
It doesn't,
Oh,
it won't
okay.
matter.
Because this is just
All
for the
right.
tax that
Okay,
we're passing
fine.
this, sorry, Mayor.
No, go right ahead.
So that the platforms are now required by law to collect the taxes and remit them to the city, right? And this is what they said they will do.
Okay. So just delete it then, and I'll make a note of it. All right. Anyone else? Questions? Okay. All right.
Everybody agree?
Yeah, I think so.
So
Yeah,
then I'd
just
say we
delete that.
delete that and put it on the consent agenda.
Consent agenda for the next one? Okay. So that would be 11:21. All right. If there's no other questions from anyone in the chamber or at the dais, then we will move then back to the beginning of the agenda. And that's going to be agenda item, regular agenda 4.1 at 6:55. Let me read it, please. Presentation, discussion, and possible action on an ordinance amending Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, Chapter 4, Business Regulations, adding Article 4.13 Short-Term Rental, Sections 4.13.001 through 4.13 17.011, providing for regulations for the registration and use of short-term rentals, providing for definitions, providing for brochure and safety requirements, providing a penalty not to exceed $500, amending Chapter 11, taxation of the Code of Ordinances by amending the definition of a hotel to include short-term rentals units, amending Appendix A fee schedule, adding Article A 17.011 short-term rental registration fee, and our first reading was held on September 5th, 2023, and this was requested by Councilor Josh Stevens and Ray Orozco. So,
and then I think I got that. So there was a lot of for and second, and so one time Councilor Campos and Councilor Orozco requested it, and then at one time Councilor Stevens and so my apology. I mean, I think it's a collective decision that it needed to be looked at. So. At the last council meeting, the council directed me to pare down the ordinance to the basics, which I have done here. Two questions have arisen. One is why this section is under the business regulations instead of the zoning section, because this is a use. The big reason, and Melinda reminded me, is in this section we have an appeals process in here for the 200 feet. And in this appeals process, the 200 feet can be appealed to the council. If it goes in the zoning code, then it would go to the Board of Adjustments.
Oh, okay.
And so it was collected to the council at the time to leave this under business regulation. That's why it's there. So I'm answering that question. Again, I kept the definitions to the basic definitions, remove nuisance parties. We made sure that we removed individual room rentals while owner and leasee holder are occupied. The registration is a basic registration of just name, phone number, email addresses, property owner information, just that we have somebody to get in contact with, as well as an emergency contact person that's able to address some issues immediately. We did leave some restrictions in there, which is basically registration. You must follow the city codes of ordinances, which any property would have to be able to do. Of course, you're not allowed to have sex offenders operating the structure, those kinds of things. And Airbnb, for the most part, has a lot of these regulations in them. The platform does. However, there are some people that do short-term rentals that don't go through Airbnb. They use Facebook Marketplace or something that don't have the same restrictions and regulations in order to provide short-term rental usage. So that's why we left them in there. I did give the 200 feet to not allow a short-term rental within 200 feet of another property. And then there is an option for a special exception, and it gives the guidelines for that special exception that the council can consider. I left the brochure and safety features. The registration fee is $25, and the reason that came down was because it's only registration fee. It wasn't the looking at the site plan, having all the other things. It was just having the staff look at whether or not they're within the 200 feet guideline and whether or not they're registered. So it would be only a $25 fee. And then suspension, we kind of did a little bit of progressive enforcement there. And then up to $500 fine if you're in violation. And that's kind of where I left it. So it stayed a very basic ordinance, and I stand in line for any questions, changes, amendments.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's open it up for some questions. I know that Dr. Caldera and I don't know who else attended the webinar on short-term rentals last Friday. Did you? Okay. And so what I learned from that seminar is that there's no regulations, then there's light regulations, and then there's medium regulations, and then there's really, Attila the Hun regulations. Well, this ordinance falls under light. This is very basic.
Right.
And so after hearing about where we are in the scheme of things, I think this is a good place to start.
There is one thing that I would like to mention that came out of that webinar that's not in here that the council should consider adding possibly is to make sure that the short-term rental is being used as a short-term rental. What I learned on Friday is some homeowners were registering as short-term rentals even though they weren't actually operating as short-term rentals to prevent short-term rentals from locating around them. So I do think either in the application or in the provision of the 200 feet, we probably should add some sort of use to help people from trying to circumvent the intent of this ordinance.
Right, exactly. Okay, but I thought it was very informative seminar, so, yes, Councilor Campos.
First of all, I want to thank you. There was a lot of dialogue that we had last meeting that was contentious, and you were able to distill that into in the middle. I like what you've done, so thank you for that.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Martinez, no?
I just agree with Councilor Campos.
Okay. All right. Anyone else? Okay, Mr. Stevens.
So I'm just curious, what would y'all think about extending currently it's a renewal of every 1 year, according to this ordinance, and how would y'all feel about moving it to every 3 years? Just to increase, because again, the point is to we want people to register and for it to not be overburdensome, bureaucratic process where if we change it to every 3 years, it also reduces the amount of staff time that is spent dealing with the application process, and at any point during those 3 years, they can still lose their, it's not a license, their permit to operate a short-term rental. So I don't know why why it has to be every 1 year when it could be every 3.
I just don't know how much effort does it take to register, and maybe it could be almost like an automatic renewal every year if there's been no issues or no complaints. I don't know.
Yeah.
So just
Crystal, are you able, how bureaucratic is that?
Yeah.
Will the registration process be, and do you think it's necessary for it to be every year, or would?
I mean, it's really a council decision. The reason I kept it annual is that was what was in the original ordinance guidelines. And so just in order for us to keep track of them was kind of the goal. But if you're registering and you're not withdrawing your registration, my only reason is that if you don't re-register in a year, it gives somebody else the opportunity to register as a short-term rental. So let's just say you operate your home as a short-term rental, but you decide next year you're going to live in that home, but you don't come and tell the city, right? You're not going to come and tell us you're not doing a short-term rental anymore. It would allow somebody else on that block phase to operate their home as a short-term rental. So it gives people more frequency to come in and out, or say you want to act as, and you're going to beat the person, next year. And so it gives people the opportunity for those homes to come a little bit more frequently in and out, so it gives other property owners the opportunity. That's the only thing I would say about it being annual. But if you want to hold on to that 3 years, the staff I don't have a preference to that.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Stevens.
So I think, because that's not a problem that we have, and I don't foresee that being a problem, just because, the data showed we have barely any Airbnbs or short-term rentals in the city. Most of them are at Grissom and its apartments. And so I personally would like to see if y'all would like to do the 3 years. The other question that I had, and I thought and I know there's been attorney issues or whatever, but I thought we were going to get an opinion on if this is constitutional regarding the awarding winners and choosers based on when they decide to operate their house as an STR, because we're essentially permitting only some property owners to do things that other property owners are not legally allowed to do.
So the opinion from the attorney is that it's okay right now on face value, and then you take up the opportunity when it's challenged, because as we heard on Friday, there have been cases on both sides, and both sides have won essentially, depending on what your justification is for adding the 200 feet. So if we go to court and my only justification is our master plan, which that's how the 200 feet is focused on, is based on our master plan and our plan development, and that's why the first line reads to preserve the essential character of the residential area was kind of the legal terminology they told us that we needed to add if we were going to add that in there. But if we go to court, let's say it's challenged and we actually go into court and we decide we're going to fight in order to keep this provision in the ordinance, we would probably need to have justification on why that is necessary for our city. So right now, our standing justification is that it's not in line with the use, right? The master plan use and preserving the character of the residential area. So we're okay right now until somebody
Right.
challenges
And
it.
I guess what I'm getting at is the argument could be had that, and there's research articles out there about how Airbnbs actually increase the aesthetics of neighborhoods because owners, they want 5 stars, they want to have return customers, all that. And so the argument could be had that actually Airbnbs increase the likelihood that the neighborhood characteristics will be maintained. And so I just could see that in the future, but it's not a hill I want to die on. However, I would like to change the 1 year to 3 years if it's possible.
Okay, let's go around and ask Mr. Martinez, 1 year or 3 years?
1 year.
Okay, Mr. Campos.
I'll be willing to move to the 3 years. That's not something that I want to.
Okay.
I'm okay with 2 years, but I'm flexible on this. I like the way it's written, 1 year. She had an excellent point that it gives an opportunity to come in and come out. But I'm willing to
Maybe
go
we should
halfway with
compromise
everybody.
to 2. Yeah. All right, Mr. Bradshaw.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing, actually. I'm okay with 2 or 3 years, My only concern in either way is, is there going to be a notice sent out to people saying, oh, your registration's expiring, or is it on the
Let me ask.
So
owner
we can
to...
we can put
Let me
the
ask.
registration in my permits now that will auto remind us to send out those letters to the people that have registered as short-term rentals.
Well, then let's
So
meet
then-
halfway and go 2 years.
3 years
Okay.
is less.
What do y'all think? 2 years? Okay, sounds good. All right, great.
2 years?
2 years, I
2
think
years, that's
everybody
good.
agreed on.
So when you,
right.
because this is a second read, when you move to adopt this ordinance, I need you to move to adopt it with the added amendment, and there may be more after the citizens come up here, but with the added amendment that the home must be utilized as a short-term rental under provision 9. And then removing the registration from 1 year to 3 years.
Yes.
I'm sorry, 2 years.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so let's open it up then for discussion. Yes, Melanie, if you're up first.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Good evening and welcome back.
Thank you. I've managed a rental property in Leon Valley for 2 years. My husband and I strive to educate our children through life experience and teach them entrepreneurship by serving others. We work very hard to provide a hospitable home to welcome visitors to our city. I wanted to share just a few examples of guests we'd have over the years. We had a family who was getting treatment at the medical center. Their mom was there. They were able to stay there while she was getting that treatment. She actually came back there for a little bit. A local mom in a domestic violence situation had 3 young kids, including a newborn. We were able to provide a place for them 2 different times. People without power, also military families, visiting people at Lackland. A deployed soldier who was at the southern border was able to come and reunite with his family. Just kind of want to humanize a little bit of our guests that are coming. It's difficult enough to operate a business in today's highly competitive marketplace. Adding burdensome regulations make things harder on me as a mom, as an educator, and as a woman business owner. It seems like if I don't play by certain rules that now I'm all of a sudden becoming a lawbreaker. And I'm especially concerned with 3 things in the proposed ordinance. The first is the unreasonably high fine of $500 per offense per day that is threatened if I'm not in compliance. A closely related second is the little bit of the process of progressive enforcement, just 1 warning and then shut down. And then the third is the fact that I think it's section 4 talks about noncompliance is a misdemeanor. And so that's proposing that we lump people who, we'll get to that in a second, but in the same category as those who have minor drug offenses, theft, and DWIs. In that point, I'm just trying to be reasonable that's unreasonable. Example, Jed's out of town a lot for work, so I do my own lawn care to cut back on costs of running my business. If one of my 3 kiddos is sick and I'm unable to cut the lawn for a day, for 2 days, that's like racking up money. If they have COVID or the flu, something that's a little bit more extended, that's thousands of dollars. That's something that I could potentially even lose the business over, one of my kiddos being sick. I just really want to encourage y'all to make sure that we're not turning law-abiding residents into lawbreakers just with some of this like misdemeanor and some of these hefty fines that we have. And in closing, just ask that you guys, when you think about, I know it's tempting to think of like landlords or STR owners, but instead just see like it's a lot of times just normal people trying to, make an impact on our kids. And I just want to, as you go about the conversation, just kind of humanize it a little bit. So thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
And I'm going to go get those kiddos that are
Okay.
not here. Thank you.
All righty, appreciate it. Yes. Please come forward and state your name and where you reside, please. Paul.
Thank you. Yeah, my name is Lane Fisher.
Lane
I
Fisher.
reside in Georgetown, Texas, and I own a property on Canis Adria. I appreciate very much the progress, Council, that you've made over the last time we did the reading. It's very, very good. And I just wanted to take a moment and remind people that the opportunity here is to look at this like it's a partnership. And particularly when it comes to economic development, we bring in local economy, so we're driving the economy. All of the guests that come in typically have to resupply. They don't often bring with them, so they'll go to HEB, they'll go to the local restaurants, they'll do shopping. And then, a lot of the cleaners that we hire or the people that do the yard maintenance, the contractors, to the extent possible, we try to bring in locals. So we are trying to provide jobs. I wanted to distinguish, though, that there are kind of two types of operators that you should think about. There are the active owners, and then there's sort of this passive group that's more like the companies, like Vacasa. They do lots and lots of rentals. And then there is a second type of passive owner that has property managers and co-hosting. So that's a different category. My wife and I, we are active managers. We are on call 24/7. My wife, similar to her, homeschools. She's home taking care of the small children. Otherwise, she would be here. So I would, on 41303, on the designated local emergency contact, I would prefer that be limited to non-owner managed. So that gives owners the chance to respond first. We do our very best on that. Secondly, I found issue with the suspension revocation part. I would like to move to 3 strikes and you're out. There's 2 types of people you're going to be working with. The ones that are going to be cooperative and interested in the betterment of our society, and the kind that aren't going to be responsive. And so I feel like it just lumps it all into the immediately worst case category of that one. So I'd like to see that changed. And I didn't really stand out to me about an appeal option, or if the planning and zoning director wants to revoke our permit, how that process works. So I think that deserves a little bit more attention. And lastly, in the violations piece, I also took issue with that violations continue each day, the $500 penalty. I think this needs to read more as a collaborative approach and less punitive. And that it felt very punitive in nature. I think you'll get a better outcome. If the people that don't demonstrate a willingness to work with you, you have a process for that. After 3 strikes, it's over. So appreciate your time.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Do appreciate it. All right. Anyone else? Okay. Mr. Hefner.
So I'll echo a couple things that were said. Thank you, Dr. Caldera. Thank you, members of the council, for being responsive to the concerns of business owners here in the city on this topic. I do think that this is a much better solution than the previous version, which was would not have been good. I'll say that this the thing Dr. Caldera mentioned about the chapter, I agree that the due process portion should remain with the council, but I think that being in line with the Texas Supreme Court ruling in Tar versus Timberwood, clearly stating that short-term rental activities are a residential use purpose, that it makes sense for the remainder of the regulations to go to the zoning section. So if there's a way to separate that, that would be one recommendation I would have. I would echo what was mentioned just by the gentleman before around progressive enforcement. I think that if you add one additional step before some sort of punitive, so right now there's a written warning and then immediate suspension of the registration. I think if you add one more step that allows more flexibility. I also think that the real desire of this council is to have compliance, is to have not parties, not nuisances in our communities, and keeping with the tradition of our neighborhoods. And so the one thing that was listed in the progressive enforcement was it said any city code. If there's any violation of any city code, then, as my wife mentioned, if you don't cut your grass and you have a noise complaint, suddenly that's 2 violations, and now you're done for 6 months. You're out of business. And so I think you should change that to repeated violations of the same type. I think that would address Mr. Campos' concerns around having somebody that's a party house, right? As the gentleman before me mentioned, you have those 2 groups of owners, people who are going to be responsive, who are going to take the time to show up here to a council meeting to have their voice heard, and the people who are just going to ignore you. And those people who ignore you, you still have teeth and the ability to enforce the code. But I think that adding one additional step in the progressive enforcement would help. I have 30 seconds left. I'll give it back.
Oh, wow. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that, Mr. Hefner. All right. Anyone else like to address the council? Please come forward. Okay. So we've heard some concerns, and so how you have some suggestions, Mr. Bradshaw or Dr. Caldera, on how we could address those.
Because Brad's on the line. I asked him about the $500. He says it's statutory for ordinance violation to be up to $500. It doesn't mean that the judge is actually going to charge the $500. And if you want to look it up, it's under Penal Code 12.23.
Okay, so that's up to 500. Okay. And what about the progressive enforcement?
But Mayor.
Yes.
Sorry, up to $500. And the way it's written, I think, again, it's like legalese, per violation per day. Is that the way it's written as well?
Yes, it doesn't mean that they're going to be charged per day. Typically, when we have an ordinance violation, it goes to the judge, and the judge, even if we've charged somebody for, 5 days, say the police officer wrote a citation for every day of violation, normally the judge will say, okay, are you in compliance now? And he'll waive whatever, and then, So it just kind of depends, because it goes to our municipal court, not to a different court.
Right. Okay. Is that okay?
Question,
All right. Thank you. Anyone else on that one? Yes, Mr. Campos, and then Mr. Stevens. Go ahead.
I would be agreeable to add that one more violation instead of 2 to have 3.
Okay.
That's my suggestion.
Is that on the progressive? Is that right? Yes. Mr. Stevens?
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, you're okay with that too. Mr. Martinez, okay. All right. Mr. Stevens?
Yes, I think that's a good step.
Okay.
I am concerned that this is, I don't understand with clarity what constitutes a violation that would be like strike 1, for example. Say somebody that's staying, I have some examples. So say somebody's staying at the house and a minor's drinking there, right? Is that a strike against the property? Is that a strike that counts as warning number 1, or is that against the person that's violating the law?
So
and I guess what I'm getting at is there a way to specify that the strikes can only occur when you're violating the STR related laws and not any other, random law about.
So like high weeds, for instance, it's a random law, that would be a violation. If you had a large party there, that would be a violation.
Right, so that it's kind of unfair because if an STR owner has one bad guest, they could easily have a lot of violations in one day.
So you want to do you can put in there, we could do it like a rolling, like say you had one bad tenant or one bad experience or something, you could do like a roll off, like in your violations, like they roll off every like 36 months or something, or, if that's something y'all want to take a look at.
I think that would be a good idea to do some type of thing where they get to start over with their guests, because frankly, they might have a bad guest that they just literally can't control, and that's not any fault of their own necessarily. It's, I think of it, it's like if you go into, if somebody's shoplifting from Walmart, the person responsible, and the police have to show up to arrest that person. It's not Walmart's fault that they were shoplifting in their store. It's the shoplifter's fault. And so I don't know if somebody that's on the property is violating local law, that they should necessarily, if that should count as any type of strike against the property owner.
Dr. Caldera, were you suggesting that in 36 months they'd start over?
Correct.
Well, I was just thinking if we have a 2-year registration, why don't every 2 years you start over?
That's up to y'all. We could do a roll off of 24 months if that's what y'all want to choose. The other thing is I could add in there like per occurrence. So it's like if you have a party and an officer shows up and wrote 3 citations, right? Like noise, minors drinking, and something. It wouldn't be 3 strikes, you're out. It would just be 1 warning, if that makes sense.
Oh, per occurrence. Okay.
Per
occurrence.
That's better, I think.
Okay.
That's better.
Okay.
If somehow it can be like that. The other thing is, oh my gosh, I thought I wrote it down.
So now you're up to about 5 amendments, and normally at this point I would tell you to let me bring back a fresh ordinance, and y'all, versus y'all trying to vote on an ordinance with these 5 new amendments, if you have any more.
I think that's
you can
reasonable.
do it. It's definitely
But I think it's
possible.
reasonable because this is a very important ordinance and we need to get it
Well,
right.
I don't want to prolong this forever.
Okay.
So
Let's just go with what we got, and we change as we need to.
Okay, I hear what you're saying.
So you got to make
I'm
a
fine
motion.
with, so if you make a,
Want me to try?
Okay.
I wrote down
Let's do
stuff.
it. All right, let's
Remind
do
me
it.
what I forgot.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
I move that we pass 4.1 with the change of the home must be utilized as an STR. Registration will be 2 years, and we change it from 2 violations to 3 violations. And the
Violations will-
restarts over 24 months.
correct. And then each violation will be per occurrence.
And each violation will be per occurrence.
I'm second that.
I think we got them. No, second.
We're the second one.
I second it.
Okay, every 2 years. Okay.
I also,
Can I go ahead
Yeah,
and
I'm
say?
sorry.
We have a motion by Counselor Bradshaw and a second by Counselor Orozco to approve 4.1, the STR ordinance. Number 1, this short-term rental is
Must be utilized as a
must be
short-
utilized as a short-term rental. Registration must occur every 2 years. We've increased the violations from 2 to 3 before you get kicked out, but you start over at the beginning of your second registration in 2 years, and we're changing each violation to each occurrence.
Okay.
Is that right?
Correct. And then it's going to be a roll-off of 24 months. So
Roll
it's-
off, okay.
It's not, so say you got one at the
Okay,
end of your
roll
your
off.
24 months.
Every
you don't
2
get,
years.
Yeah,
Okay,
it rolls off.
thank you, that, I had the wrong. Okay, any further discussion or any adjustment to what we just said? Yes, Mr. Stevens.
okay, so 2 other things.
Okay.
Designated local emergency contact, that is not defined. I know Mr. Fisher had a concern with the whole local emergency contact. What does that mean?
Right here.
Oh, okay, means an.
We already have a definition, is that okay?
Yeah, I mean, I can understand from his point of view, that's not, he would rather it be, that only be applicable for, I don't know, can we extend that mileage maybe to like
I think he said
150
Non-owner?
miles? I don't,
So 150 miles goes all the way up to Dallas, because we just wrote a travel policy. So 150 miles, I think, goes all the way up to the Dallas-Fort Worth area.
what about 100 miles?
We go up to Austin.
Covers Austin.
Okay.
So we want to change
That's really
that?
good.
You
Who
wanna
covers
change-
Georgetown?
You want to change the 50 miles? Is that what you want to do?
Well, the whole point that he's getting at is that I can completely understand, and I'm sorry that I'm advocating for a concerned STR owner that's in the audience that came up and that drove down here to come and talk to us about this issue. But his concern is that him and his wife completely operate theirs, and so they are. My understanding is that y'all are the local emergency contact, that you are the 24-hour person that answers your phone when the STR, when the AC goes out in the middle of the night. You're the one that picks up the phone. He's in violation of this ordinance because they're not within 50 miles.
Okay.
200 miles, and then I think somebody in the Dallas area could get down here and rectify a situation within a day. I think that's
reasonable.
Okay, so we could do
Okay.
200 miles.
So change 50 miles to 200 miles.
Yeah,
Okay.
and the only other thing that I had, and this is what I was going to mention earlier, is that on the whole 3 strikes, that whole process on the violation process, and maybe this is just a clarification, but there's not an appeals process for the.
Under appeals.
Yeah, there is.
You'll read the appeals section. It tells you what they can do. It would go to me, and then it would go to y'all.
So would they be appealing say they got a written warning and they didn't necessarily get up to strike 3 yet, they can't appeal that until they get up to strike 3.
Right.
Right, so if their registration is denied, like the 200 feet, or if they're suspended or revoked, we can add a section in there if you want, or any violation.
I mean, I guess we can wait and see if it becomes a problem at all, but
Yeah, I'd say we
Wait
leave
and
it
see.
for now.
Yeah, because we can always amend it. That's
Okay.
that's the beauty.
I need to amend my motion to include the
Okay.
200-mile distance.
Okay.
Can I call them?
Local contact within 200
And
miles.
then the local emergency contact
200 miles for the local emergency.
for the local emergency.
And I'll keep my second.
Okay.
Call the action.
All right. So, Ms. Posley, we've got a motion and a second with the amendments that we just discussed, and we'll call a roll call vote, please.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
Counselor Stevens?
Aye.
Counselor Campos?
Aye.
Counselor Orozco?
Yes.
And Counselor Bradshaw?
Aye.
All right, the motion passes 5 ayes and no nays. Great, thank y'all. This was a labor of love, let me tell you. Okay, thank you. We've been at it for a while. All right, thank y'all very much for your patience and understanding on this issue. We greatly appreciate it. So, all right, moving on at 7:30, we move to regular agenda 4.2, discussion and possible action on a request for approval of an appeal to the 2021 International Fire Code, Appendix D, Fire Apparatus Access Roads, Section D-107, 1 or 2 family residential developments, D-107.1, 1 or 2 family dwelling residential developments to allow non-fire sprinkled housing units at the Poss Landing subdivision located at 7213 Hebner Road. And we have Mindy Teague, our Planning and Zoning Director, here to present. Good evening and welcome.
Mayor, Council. So the appeal is by Casey O'Neill and Century Communities, Poss Landing subdivision. They are appealing the fire chief's denial of an appeal to the 2021 International Fire Code, Appendix D, the fire apparatus access roads. This is to allow non-compliant secondary fire apparatus access road, and to allow the proposed 86-unit single-family dwelling subdivision to be constructed without fire sprinkler systems in each home. The request is a 10-acre residential housing development known as Poss Landing. The developer previously stated that due to the inability to provide the secondary access road that meets the requirements of the code, he would have to sprinkle all of the housing units. The property was platted and negotiations were started with building contractors for the construction of these homes. The developer has now been turned down by 3 building companies, all stating that the cost of installing these fire sprinkler systems is too high. Staff did make some inquiries of the cost and found out that it was between $350 and $5 a square foot, resulting in almost $900,000 for the 86 homes. There is the approved plat, the current access road at the very top. This is what they're proposing. You'll see the Huebner, the second Huebner access, and then future access. So in the International Fire Code, developments of 1 or 2 family dwellings where the number of dwellings exceeds 30 shall be provided with 2 separate and approved fire apparatus access roads. There are exceptions when there's more than 30 dwelling units from a single public or private fire apparatus access road. And all the dwelling units are equipped throughout with an automatic sprinkler system. The number of dwelling units access from the single fire apparatus road shall not be increased unless the fire apparatus access road will connect to the future development as determined by the fire code official. Remoteness, where 2 fire apparatus access roads are required, they shall be placed at a distance apart equal to not less than 1/2 the length of the maximum overall diagonal dimension of the property or the area to be served. The overall diagonal difference is 1,107 lineal square feet, and half of that is 550 lineal feet. To gain as much compliance as possible, the applicant is proposing to replat the property using Huebner Road as the access, the secondary. The distance between the approved ingress-egress road is newly proposed access road is approximately 290 lineal feet, approximately, and so they would be non-compliant about 260 lineal feet. This is a 5-acre tract of land. There is a vacant 5-acre tract of land adjoining the subdivision, but we do not know what the future development is going to be whenever the fire marshal shall disapprove an application or refuse to grant a license permit that was applied for, or when it claimed the provisions of the code does not apply to the, or that the same has been wrongly interrupted by the fire marshal, and the applicant may appeal from the decision of the fire marshal to the council within 30 days from the date of the decision of the fire marshal. The applicant is asking City Council for approval of this appeal. The fire chief is opposed to the appeal as the proposed secondary fire apparatus access road is not up to code, and the applicant knew the homes would have to be fire sprinkled from the onset of the planning of this development. The building inspector also noted that in the International Residential Building Code that it would require additional fireproofing to each home without fire sprinklers due to the distance between the two. Your options are to adhere to the fire code, require the developer to fire sprinkle each unit as mandated, approve the appeal to request and allow 2 entrances off of Huebner Road, with the potential of a future connection on the undeveloped 5-acre parcel. The proposed development would increase housing stock in Leon Valley. The development would bring in more ad valorem sales tax, and new construction includes modern building standards. The owner, the engineer, and our fire chief are here to answer any questions on this appeal.
Very good. Is Chief here?
Yes.
Oh, there, I didn't see him. He was behind you. Okay. Yeah, this is, I don't know. I had a couple of questions, but who do I ask them to? I don't know if it's Chief. I know.
Your question, and then we'll point.
Okay, all right. I guess as I was read the packet, this is the second time I've read this, I just was wondering why the developer didn't find out the cost of the sprinkling, before we platted it. And then he found out it was, too expensive and he couldn't do it. So in other words, we went down one road where you knew that you needed 2 entrances, and so you decided to go sprinkle it, and then why you didn't do, I guess, your due diligence before you, anyway, I'm sorry. No criticism. I'm just curious why.
My name is Chris Chafee. I'm with the engineer.
I'm sorry, what is your name?
Chris Chafee with Coot Engineers.
Chris Chafee?
Yes, with the civil consultant.
All right, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
Chafee, Chafee, and you're with Coot Engineering?
Double F, double E, yes, ma'am.
Double F, double E. Okay, very good. Thank you.
From what I understand, the developer initially did get some pricing, but this is also years ago. As we all know, costs have increased significantly on a lot of things. So the initial cost to go ahead and make this concession was considered, but at that time it was a different cost to do, from what I understand.
So it was a cost that y'all could live with?
From what I understand, it was looked into.
Okay.
And the other component is that the developer is doing the development as far as the platting and the permitting, the initial design of the subdivision. We're also now dealing with the actual home construction too. So it's a totally different entity that is actually taking on the home construction. So as things have progressed, the cost to add these, as you saw, our cost estimates now are about $10,000 a lot. What the city put together was just over that. So we're looking anywhere from $860,000 to $900,000 to add this. But hopefully that answers your question.
Okay, so you're saying it was the cost increase that you weren't prepared for. You were prepared to pay it early on at the get-go, but then as
I won't speak
years
for the
came.
developer. I'm just the engineer on the job, but I'm just saying that that was considered. But from what I understand, that the costs have increased since then. So
Because I thought it was I thought we had already agreed, you could only have one, you only had one interest, so you would sprinkle the home. So anyway, so it's the cost. Okay, all right,
that is a component, yes.
okay. All right, thank you. And Chief, could you explain your position a little bit more, because I think that you do have some concerns, and I guess I didn't understand the linear feet. So they're asking for a second entrance, but it doesn't go to code. 553 linear feet, but it's actually 290. So what's the significance of that? Can we not get a fire engine in there, or I don't know. I just wanted you to explain a little bit more, because I didn't understand that.
So to start off with, the measurement is the diagonal measurement of the lot.
Okay.
And that divided by 2 is the distance between the required secondary entrance.
Okay.
And it's to keep the entrances apart and not right next to each other.
Okay.
That's what the fire code says. The concern is if something happens right there, there's not another way into the subdivision. And as this project got off the ground, we talked to the developer, not the home builder, but the developer. Mm-hmm. Very clear from the very start, the very first plan drawing that they gave us, that these were going to be the challenges that you needed to overcome. We talked about the second exit. We talked about street width in the PDD when this got approved, and where hydrants were going to be, and no parking, and all of these issues before any of this actually got platted, because these were going to be problems. The secondary entrance that they have for future development, if you'll think back about the plans that we looked at when they did the PDD, you had a stub out going towards St. John's too.
Oh, okay.
And both of those were cut. Or that one was cut because St. John said, no way. It's not going to happen. And this is from the developer. Gave me this information. They don't want to do anything. That stub's been removed. Mm-hmm. This 5-acre lot, this POS lot right here, is twice what that one was in price. That's why that's not a viable exit for them or a secondary entrance. In future development, I believe in that. I believe that that will be developed someday. But the residents that are going to live in this thing, in this area that's already built, can't rely on someday, because someday may never come.
Right.
And depending on who gets that property and what they choose to do with it, that might not be a secondary access road for them. In reality, to rebut exactly what I'm telling you, for anybody to use that next lot over, they need that secondary road because they won't meet the distance either. But when is that going to happen? It's already, we've discussed in council, it's already going to be a challenge navigating with the size of the streets and the density of that, getting vehicles in and out. We've discussed in council the parking situation and how that's going to be enforced. We're putting a whole lot of stuff in a little bitty piece of land, and that secondary access is important. If we have an issue that we block that first entrance with fire hose, with fire trucks or something, there's no other way in. That's why the fire code says you have to have two entrances, and they have to be this far apart. And we've said all along, you know, if it's close, it's close. I'm willing to give a little bit, but we're cutting it in half. We're not taking 50 feet off of it. We worked with Mr. Shahadi on the Triangle project, and we looked at, oh, it's on secondary exits. We looked at different spacing for them, and we don't mind using the spirit of the code. But that's cut in half. That distance is cut in half. And we're following the code to the letter.
Okay, so there's no other alternative exits?
So we looked at...
No, on there, like I thought maybe, you know, like we have on El Verde Road, there's a chain link. I mean, you only have access if it's a fire. So I was thinking, could you go out into Linkwood?
So we looked at that.
Just in case of an emergency. That would be your...
Melinda brought a site plan, and we looked at being able to go out the top
right, to the left.
Exit and going up into property that the city owns in a right-of-way and then turning and going through Linkwood. The issue is the space they have to go through is too narrow. And in order to make the turns, you would have to take part of the front yard on both sides in Linkwood.
Oh, so that's not a
And
viable...
the spacing on the right-of-way that Melinda looked at, that she brought and showed what was ours and what was on the back of theirs, I'm not sure that it was viable. I'm not sure that we could make the turns, the turning radius for the trucks. And yes, that would have been a chained off something or another, but it still has to have a surface that will hold 75,000 pounds. That could be pervious. It doesn't have to be impervious, but it has to be able to hold 75,000 pounds and be maintained. But that's any other road. So
okay,
that's where we're at on it.
So we've only been given the two options, so...
So you're considering giving them temporary access off of, they're saying temporary because they're believing that stub out would happen. But let's say that,
we don't know.
Let's say the stub out does not happen, they still have the secondary access off of Heebner. And so when the chief talks about secondary access off of Heebner Road, that it doesn't meet the distance requirements, he's correct. It does not meet the distance requirements. However, that secondary road provides a secondary entrance to the second road that's there. And so that was the engineers, or Crude wrote the letter that was in your packet that states the intent of that code in the fire ordinance is to make sure that you had access to different parts of the neighborhood. And that temporary access off of Huebner provides the access point to this road. So the distance between this entrance and this entrance here, if there was a fire on this side, that's why this entrance exists. But if you have this as your secondary entrance, you'd still be able to enter on this side of the neighborhood, if that makes sense. So that's Crude's point in opposition to the chief's statement.
I guess I wanted to ask the attorney, I mean, if we were to grant this variance request, I mean, what liability would the city have, if any? Well, I mean, as far as Chief's got a concern, you know, that we're not following the International Fire Code.
And y'all made variances for that. We had concerns on street width, and y'all made
And if we had a fire and we couldn't get there because of, I don't know, we wouldn't have any kind of liability on that.
No, and I think
Okay.
Nicole gave that opinion when y'all asked that question on the street width and parking.
And I know there's concern with the future development and when that will occur and if that roadway will even happen. I just want to remind you that you guys are the city of Leon Valley controls the development and platting and process, so it can be required when that property comes to be developed to make that future connection. The access to Huebner Road would be I wouldn't even say it's temporary, it's just a stopgap, right? It's until that future access is provided. Another point to make is that, you know, when looking at adjacent municipalities, specifically Bexar County, City of San Antonio, they allow more than 30 single-family homes to be in off of one entrance, provided that it is a divided median entry. So the thought there is that if one side of that entry road has an accident on it, that there's still another alternate entrance into it. So we're providing that, and we would be providing the access to Huebner Road from a secondary option there.
In the future,
Well, this would be now. I think
Oh,
this
you
would
mean
be
the
the
one on
option
the
for
bottom?
variance,
Okay, you weren't
So
doing the
the
future.
other thing too is, you know, with our limited frontage, I mean, we're providing a secondary access point to the maximum extent possible. You know, I understand the intent of the code is to not have the two entry points right next to each other. But the point of it is that we're pushing it as far as we can. There was another option that the fire marshal did bring up, and that's one that we did look at. I do need to go back and double check to see if maybe the turning radii would be sufficient in there. But that would be the option to go through Linkwood. There's 20 feet of distance between the parcels, and that is the minimum fire lane width per the International Fire Code. So it would be right up on the two property lines, but it would be for emergency uses only. So it would be gated off at that alleyway. If I could,
You're
plug
looking
in, I
at
could
this
show you,
diagram.
but
It's on the
it's
far
on
left.
the left-hand side.
But I thought Chief just said, or I thought Melinda, somebody just said that it was not possible.
It's pinched down to 12 feet.
I'm sorry.
It pinches down to 12
It
feet.
pinches down to 12 feet. Okay.
That access to get to Linkway is only 15 foot wide.
And it needs to
Fire
be
code requires 20 foot.
20 foot. Oh, okay.
The parcels measure out to be 20 feet, but I guess I'd have to look at the plat to see that.
Yeah, that right there.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if that option isn't viable, you know, the other option, and obviously this is the preferential option, but the other option is the city owns two parcels adjacent to the church that are going to be used for a future trail. An option would be to use that as an access point that would get the fire department down to Evers Road. There's a cul-de-sac there on the north side of the church. That would be an option. I know the trail is going to be incorporated into that, but there's other things that we can do as far as the fire marshal said, that a fire truck, you have to design the road to withstand 75,000 pounds. So there's things out there. One in particular is called Truck Cell Heavy Duty Porous Pavers, and it's basically a grid system that's put down on the ground. Grass is able to grow through it. It's permeable. It allows that structural integrity for a fire truck to drive on. That can be incorporated next to a trail of some sort that's also designed to withstand a fire truck's loading. That would be an option. But I understand that the city has concern with that because that is area allocated to be for a future trail. So this is an option that we're leaning towards to try to work with the city as well. But really, I think the point of all this is that we're trying to provide options to help the situation and to ensure the viability of the project to move forward. So I think really that's kind of
Okay,
what I
well,
would
I've,
say to that.
I've
But if you have any
certainly
questions.
dominated, and I don't want to do that because there's lots of smart people on this dais that are going to ask some good questions. So,
Just to answer your question, because Brad responded to
Oh,
your
yeah,
request, he said no, immunity is not waived for that type of claim. So.
immunity is not waived. Okay, all right. Thank you. Thank you, Brad. Appreciate it. All right, Mr. Campos, go ahead, please.
So just to be clear, so the other option that Melinda was talking about, that's to go down for that property?
On
the edge of it?
On Plan
to
View
the-
northeast or northwest on this Plan View?
Yeah.
Right.
It would be to take a right to go north.
Up?
Yeah, up,
Okay.
and then there's an alleyway that cuts across, but I'd have to defer to Melinda on that one. If that's platted as a 15-foot access, they're correct. It won't work. 20 feet is the minimum for a fire lane. The other option that I was mentioning was to continue basically down that city-owned parcel, and then you would go to take a right and go to Evers Road, and that's all in front of the church. But that area is currently designated and reserved for a future trail system that will connect through Post Landing as well. But my I guess offer on that would be that there are, and I could show you all a picture if I could plug in, but there's a material that we can put down on the ground that's also permeable, allows grass to grow through, and allows fire trucks to drive on that surface.
But it
So
would, oh, go ahead.
What we're trying to consider is the option of that second entrance.
This one here, yes, sir.
On Evers. So, okay.
Well, this one's a Huebner.
Yeah, Hebner, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
The one in the lower right-hand side, is that what you're saying? Yeah, that's the one that they,
Mayor,
yes.
if I could ask a
You
question.
certainly may, go right ahead.
Okay, help me understand.
Yes, sir.
So the second option, is that the one that would be going by Pavona Place? And in front of St. John, there's a big enough that you can put an emergency vehicle, and that one entryway will only be used only for emergency purposes?
That was,
Sir, at the
yeah,
corner of the
that's my point.
property, we would have a gate there that would either have a Knox box or a Yelp gate of some sort, or a knockdown gate that the fire department would be able to access, and it would not be allowed
It would
for
not be a
pedestrians.
thoroughfare
Right.
okay, all right,
It's secondary access,
Emergencies.
emergency access use only.
okay, all right.
So you have a subdivision already, Shadow Mist, which only has one entry. They don't have a gate anywhere to let the fire truck.
And how big is their entryway?
Oh, yeah, it's off of Shadow Mist. It's over there by the soccer
fields.
field, yeah. And those homes aren't sprinkled. Yeah. Just thought about that. Sure, go ahead. And Chief, do you have, I just wanted to see how you felt about that option going
So if I can just
to
say,
Pavona Place too. So, I mean, if that's an option that would work just for emergency vehicles.
we have the grid that the engineer's talking about in place, in places in the city, and it works perfect.
Oh, it does, okay.
No issues with it.
Okay,
But to bring this back, this is to not meet code for the secondary exit, and this is all based on money. Based on money. And we have estimates for sprinkler systems that are a third of what they've listed. And especially if you sprinkle a subdivision, the price goes exponentially down.
Oh,
We're not
okay.
just doing one house, and one house. We're doing a subdivision. And the National Home Fire Sprinkler Association puts that price down to about $3 a square foot, not $6 or $8 a square foot.
Okay.
So it's not as expensive as $1 million or 800 or whatever it was.
$896,000, yeah.
But that's not the, I mean.
But there's not a, currently going out, that's cumbersome for us. Not being on a paved road.
Okay.
Will it meet code? Yes, it can meet code. But it has to meet all the stuff that the code engineer said about the street, the compaction rate, the widths, and all that. It has to meet all that. And there are places in San Antonio, a city that I used to work in, that has it going between buildings, and it's all grass. In fact, 2 of the cities I've seen it work in. I've never seen a truck go down it, but it is there.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And you have this at Daughtry Storage. He's got this grid in his ground as well.
Oh, okay.
And we drove trucks over it, and it works fine.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yes, Mr. Stevens and then Mr. Martinez.
Yeah, so I actually took the time to research this because it was on our agenda last time, and it's kind of complicated, obviously, as we can tell. So I didn't, I had to educate myself a little bit. I will say Shadow Mist is a little bit different because of the fact that there's fire lanes extensively outside of the subdivision, which is one of the requirements. Crystal, I don't know, can you pull up the...
I know you sent me an email, but my email's not working.
Oh, it's not working. Oh, this is going to be hard to...
Mr. Stevens, would you repeat that? You're saying that Shadow...
It's not a fire lane, it's a no parking at Shadow Mist.
Oh,
well, so it meets, and that's why I'm going to go back to the document, but it meets this qualification. And I'm sorry, the San Antonio, I was going to pull up San Antonio's policy because I have it here. It's IB 193. It was actually recently signed this, or effective at the beginning of this year. But
what does it say?
It's complicated, and that's
okay,
why I kind of wanted to pull it up on the. But
this is not easy.
suffice to say, I agree with our fire chief. I think this is a dollar amount. We're approaching the 10-year anniversary of when somebody died in Leon Valley in an apartment fire near my house, and so I think it's important for us to take these types of things seriously. Mm-hmm. We see the amount of people that get killed in San Antonio apartment fires, that sort of thing. These are a bunch of, it's going to be relatively smaller lots, houses very close together. One house can catch and then catch the next one and the next one because they're going to be so close. And I think given my review of this, San Antonio would not allow this. It's clearly against, they have a lot, and it goes into detail about, and maybe Mr. Naughton, or Chief Naughton was telling, kind of saying the same thing, but they have like some visual aids that help you understand what actually is acceptable and what isn't acceptable. And so, like, for example, sure, the median entrance is great, but it also has that 30-foot, or each side has to be 24 feet wide, and it leads into at least a 30-foot wide entrance where you can plant a bunch of fire apparatus on that road, which is not possible. And also, it has to be marked for fire lanes only at that entranceway, which it's just not feasible on this property. I understand one of the arguments is that there's a stub out. San Antonio, and again, this memorandum, IB 193, it clearly states when there's a stub out to future access, that future access, it has to be already platted and the road actually has to be in place already. So it's essentially when the houses start getting built, the fire department could use that secondary access, if one of the houses catch on fire or whatever. So, I feel like this, I'm normally on like the developer side, but I just know that you frankly wouldn't get away with this in San Antonio. And it's because of the International Fire Code 2021 that we've adopted as well. And it's for economic reasons only. And I don't know how many lives is worth $900,000 or whatever the cost is. But I would argue that once one person died in this subdivision because of the inability to access enough fire apparatus to the backside, that we would be held liable, but also there would be a deep regret, I think, from the council members that we unfortunately granted this exception when the reality is it's all dollar amounts that are going to get passed along to the homeowners anyway. So I'm in favor of denial.
Okay.
That's where I come from.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Oh, and I guess I'll
Yeah,
kind of
go-
explain.
it's
this.
up now. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
so, Crystal, can you go up to the top little, I think it's at the bottom of the first page. There's some diagrams here that show when it's allowed, and then there's exceptions. Are you able to scroll up a little more? So there's some exceptions to, and it's based on dwelling units also. So when there are more than 30 dwelling units accessed from a single well, I guess first, above it establishes that there's a requirement to be 2 access roads based on the number of dwelling units. So the exceptions are when there's more than 30 units and all dwelling units are equipped throughout with an automatic sprinkler system, which is what I think would be the fallback here. The number of dwelling units accessed from a single fire apparatus access road shall not be increased unless fire apparatus access roads will connect with future development as determined. And so they actually, and this is kind of, I wish I could give you a printout, but they actually went to describe each one of these bullet points as to what their firm policy is below. So they described later on, the fire chief, whoever signed this off, said that this is decided based on, is it platted and are the roads already there, essentially. Developments of more than 30 but less than 126 shall not require a separate and remote fire apparatus access road where the divided entrance has to be a minimum of 24 feet on each side, and the divided entrance is connected to a minimum 30 feet wide with no parking on either side, fire apparatus access road of no greater than 450 feet in length. But there's a diagram down lower that shows, the intention is to have enough area where you could park multiple large fire apparatuses. And not only that, but a lot, some of ambulances and stuff should be able to still turn around in that general vicinity. And, again, this is assuming if there were multiple fires or a vehicle blocking one side of, one of the areas. And then there's the secondary all-weather gated access that is utilized. This goes on to describe the actual requirements. And so I'm just wondering, have you seen this? And do you think that San Antonio would actually approve yours based on this?
I will say the caveat to my statement about the divided entry is that there's just an option for an additional point there. But we would be proposing a secondary access. And this is not a multifamily development. It's a single-family detached living development with fire-rated walls in between each structure. So because we are less than 10 feet between each structure, they have to put fire-rated walls down between. So that's one thing that we are going to be doing here. The divided entry was just a point to make that there's a second entrance to get to if one side is blocked. But you're right. If we were in San Antonio, we would have to have a 24-foot wide entry on each side, tying to a 30-foot wide road, no more than 450 feet of depth. But these structures do not require aerial apparatus. They would just be. We're really focusing here on secondary access for emergency use only. And I think the point here is that we're trying to present an option that we can work with as far as whether we tie into Huebner or another connection to the back to really make this a viable project.
How wide are the roads, the actual roads, in the subdivision?
They're 28 feet wide.
Yeah.
So they're 28 feet wide. So, just picture that, right? So you got 28 feet wide, cars parked on both sides of the road. So you're down to...
Cars parked on one side. We have to have no parking on one.
Oh, okay. So you're down to 20 feet. So
I will say for a commercial multifamily development, to relate it back to multifamily, per the International Fire Code, you have to have 26 feet in width for aerial apparatus. So your drive lanes have to be 26 feet in width. San Antonio will actually allow you to go down to 25 feet if the entire property has 25-foot fire lanes. So they're even willing to kind of work with you on that. But really, to get back to the focus is really to have a secondary means of ingress and egress for emergency uses only. We're trying to get to Huebner Road and widening that or setting those distances as far as possible. But if that's not an option and we need to truly have half the diagonal distance, greater than half the diagonal distance of the property, then the other option is to go through the backside and propose something that we mentioned as far as that grid that the fire marshal said that was a workable solution as far as the performance of it being used.
Right. So in order for that to actually be the solution to this problem would require the city deciding that we're going to use our property that's supposed to be a trail, that we're going to turn it into like a 26-foot wide fire access road on the backside of the property.
It'd be 20 feet, but my proposal would be to have a, however wide your trail, what's the plan for the trail, do you know, Melinda? 10-foot wide concrete, asphalt, whatever it would be, and then have another 10 feet or 5 feet on each side of this grid that has grass growing through it. You won't even be able to tell that it's really there for the most part, and the fire marshal will have the ability to access that location. So that way it can kind of integrate into the trail system. You still get the vegetation. You don't have the impervious cover that you normally would have with an asphalt or concrete drive. You would get the permeability of the water through that area, can plant it,
And that would be connected to where again? Where would that grid be connected to? It's going to connect to Linkwood or the Pavona place?
It's going to be over there by Pavona
and it would be
and
there's a city
St.
parcel
John's.
back here, and there's another city parcel on this side that would tie to Evers Road.
Well, I
So-
can't see that.
So right now that parcel is a bunch of like bushes and shrubs and trees and such, right? You're the parcel that's adjacent to the church.
Are you talking about our trail parcel?
Well, I'm not talking about only the
There.
back section, but also the cross section
All
that
of
comes
this
up.
is clear. All of this has been clear. Here's the access point that we were discussing with the chief about getting into Linkwood, and so that's all clear. There's this 15-foot alley back here, and then we also own property back here adjacent to the alley. So you probably got 30, 40, I think it was 45 feet back here that we own.
Mhm.
Then it turns and comes down here and comes up and adjoins with Evers. But we've already put in a decomposed granite trail back there. We've put in benches. We've put in dogway stations,
Yeah.
and then there's a fitness center back there too. So it's already cleared out, and it's a trail.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and the grid can handle 75,000 pounds?
Yes.
Okay. So, I mean, the question is, should we grant you a favor where we use our taxpayer resources and our staff time and our trail system to give you access so you can avoid paying the $800,000 for a sprinkler system?
Well, I don't know that there'd be any money spent from the city on this. This would be on the developer to perform and to install.
Okay. I personally don't like that. I think it sets a bad precedent that when the reality is it all comes to financial, and I want to make things easy for you guys, but I also don't want somebody to die because we didn't sprinkler a neighborhood and the fire trucks had a problem getting back to the back of the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Stevens. I appreciate those comments. I
Okay,
agree with them.
Mr.
Mr.
Moretz,
Martinez.
Melinda, you showed the exit coming, instead of going through Linkwood, going to, on my diagram, going to your right and coming into the church parking lot.
It's behind the church parking lot. There's right now a cedar split rail fence that divides that parking lot from our trail.
Okay, but then how would they get on Evers? They'd have to drive down the,
There's an opening right here.
we can't see that.
She's telling me there's an opening there.
There is an opening that the fire truck would not have to go on the church's parking lot,
Correct.
and that would tie into Evers.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm against this myself because, we gave a lot of concessions when the PDD originally came up. If I remember correct, the street width was supposed to be 35 feet, and in order to get the density that they wanted, we agreed to the 28-foot width, and then that would make it too narrow for the fire truck to get around there. So I came up with the idea, okay, we'll just only allow street parking on one side of the road. Now, realistically, is that ever going to happen? Darn well people are going to be parking on both sides of the road, and if there's a fire on the back side of the property, our fire trucks can't get there. I just think this is a whole bad idea of giving this variance. Go ahead, Chief,
Let-
if you have any comments about this?
Can I make just
You
one-
certainly may,
one more
and then I want to
comment?
hear from my colleagues on my right.
The-
Yes.
The comment's been made that we wouldn't use an aerial apparatus
Mhm.
in this subdivision or need access for one.
Mhm.
That couldn't be further from correct. That would be our only hope.
Oh.
The difference between us and what Mr. Stevens read for San Antonio, we have 6 guys on duty. 6. Our only hope in keeping fire from spreading from house to house, even with an hour-rated wall or on both houses this far apart, the amount of fire and the fire load that's in these houses today with the plastics and all that, if a house catches on fire, our main goal, once everybody's out and safe,
Right.
is to keep the other 2 from burning. That's it. And the only way to do that is with an aerial apparatus. 6 guys, not 75, coming on the first alarm with 3 aerial trucks, 5 engines, battalion chiefs, ambulances, and all that. 6 guys. That's our minimum staffing. 6 guys. An aerial is going to be used first on a fire, because I don't think we're going to get 2 trucks in there. We're going to get 1, and we better get 1 that can do a whole lot of stuff. So everything is dependent on an aerial apparatus and quick setup to extinguish fire here.
Okay. Excuse me, Mr. Martinez,
So
did you have a
could you
follow-up?
just-
Is
yeah,
that what you're
Chief,
saying?
Chief?
Chief.
So
yeah,
if
then
that
back
was to
you.
happen, then more than likely you'd call for mutual aid.
We would have mutual aid coming automatically, but your closest...
But how do you get those fire trucks into that spot?
You know, a certain amount of it, not to get off topic, but a certain amount of it is just the guys. Park somewhere and bring your guys up. We need the guys. We don't always need... Balcones Heights is going to send us 2 guys and a truck. Castle Hills is going to send us 2 guys and a truck. Chavano Park's going to send us 2 guys and a truck. And really what we need is a pickup truck with those 2 guys in it, because they're easier to park. Yes, we need multiple trucks, but I don't need a truck from every department. They're just going to be stacked up somewhere in staging.
Okay.
But we still have to get more than 1 truck into the scene. And for us, our first truck would be an aerial apparatus.
Thank you, Chief. I've got Councilor Roscoe and then Councilor Bradshaw.
If we can go back to the last one that you had on here, where you showed St. John and...
Oh, you wanted the aerial?
Yes, that one.
Okay.
Now, the space right there between, I'm literally 4 houses from that area. And I'm okay, and I think that if I talk to my neighbors, they may be okay with cleaning this up. And I know that you have to remove some trees and stuff, but it's not going to be utilized for every emergency, because you're going to use the Huebner entrance to begin with first. It's only going to be utilized, as the chief indicated, that if it gets clogged up in the front. And that's the only time that you guys are going to come through the back and do the thing between St. John and Pavona Place. So, and Mr. Martinez, they do have an entryway that comes from Everest. It's right there in Chanel Point and Everest, and I go through it every day. And somebody took
Right
the
there.
chain out. I'm okay with them cleaning up. I've taken the dog back there, just full of stickers and stuff. If they can clean it up and make it a nice way to use it as an emergency entrance if needed, or make it a trailway for people to be able to still go and walk up and down here. The only thing that I'm skeptical of is that we clean it up so good that the neighbors in Pavona Place, right there, that have the back door to this place, is subject to people driving up there with their vehicles and having easy access to their home, where if right there at the entryway on Chanel Point and Evers, if we can fix it, if we go with that it'd be closed for vehicles other than emergency vehicles. And I'm okay with that, and I have the tendency to feel that my neighbors, I'm pretty sure will go with it, especially if we clean that area up.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bradshaw.
I would like to add real
Oh,
quick.
sure, go ahead, right ahead, I'm sorry.
The comment about the aero apparatus, I by no means mean to say how they're going to fight the fires or anything. If that's how they do it, that's.
Well, these are two-story homes, aren't they?
They're two-story homes.
Yeah.
The fire code is that any structure lower than 35 feet does not require
Okay.
aerial apparatus. How they
Right,
fight the
but-
fire, that's a totally different.
But Chief says they're going to use the aerial, so we have
And
to go
that's
with
totally
that.
fine, yeah.
Okay. Mr. Bradshaw?
So I actually agree with Mr. Martinez on this. I remember when this came up originally with the PDD, the discussion about the fire lanes, and I remember the chief had a concern about that as well because of the narrowness of the streets, which we approved at the time. And then the compromise was to only have parking on one side of the street, which is still, you know, these neighborhoods I've been in, even with driving a full-size pickup truck, you know, you kind of have to do this thing, and you can't have somebody come in the other direction. You have to pull the side for them to go by, and it's just a mess. And so, you know, I have to agree with the chief on this, that they knew that this required to be sprinklered, and that was one of the reasons why we granted the narrow streets.
Exactly.
So I think it sounds like we have, you know, the majority that do not agree with
The
this.
requirement, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to
Yeah, I
interrupt you.
just don't think it's feasible at this time.
I agree with you. I think Mr. Campos, do you agree with that? I think we hadn't heard from you yet, but, okay. I just want to be sure. So, if that's the case, then we have to find some options, and I think Mr. Orozco thought that the option for Pavona was a good one, but I know Mr. Stevens had some concerns as well, because if we could make it a multi-purpose, you know, emergency exit and a trail, you know, and to
Right.
keep our trail. I
Yeah,
think that would be
but
good.
only as needed.
Yeah, it's
The
only
chief
as
said they
needed,
can go
you're
into
right.
Hebner, and the only way they would be using that if Hebner gets clogged up and something happens in the entryway where they can get in. I'm all for it, and definitely we entertain that option.
Okay, well, there was one other thing that we had this estimate of $896,000, but then Chief said that he found it for cheaper. Have y'all done any research?
6 was the city's research. Our quotes to have it done, well, our quotes, the home builders' quotes, is more around $10,000 per lot. I don't know what that equates out to be square foot, but total price would be $860,000 for the improvements.
Okay,
There's
I
also
thought Chief said
additional
it
things
was
to
cheaper,
consider.
so.
You know, from a home building standpoint, a homeowner standpoint, the additional maintenance of that of these additional water lines in their home. That's one thing. I totally understand the point of the health, you know, of the fighting the
Health,
fire.
safety, and welfare, yeah.
Yeah. But I will say too, on the PDD, those discussions, it was to either provide a secondary access point or sprinkler, right? So there was an or in there, from what I understand.
Yeah, but they chose to go with the sprinkler system. That's
But
my
we're
point.
trying to see,
Yeah.
There's an option about
Yeah, exactly.
a secondary
Oh, great.
access
Yeah, I mean,
point.
I think if we can work it out, let's work it out. Mr. Martinez has signaled me
Why-
that you wanted to speak.
Why can't the access be onto Linkway? And, you know, it's a narrow passageway right now, but why doesn't you guys buy that property or a sliver of that property to make your ingress right there?
The alleyway on Linkway is, from what Melinda is saying, is platted only as 15 feet. Fire code requires 20 feet minimum.
Buy 5 feet on either side to make it, give you your access. Contact those homeowners and buy that strip of land from them. That's another option.
Sure. I mean,
Uh,
we've tried to go
Melinda
work
had
through the
something
church.
for that.
So
Yeah, go ahead. Did you want to finish? Yes, go ahead.
I was just going to say, we've tried to negotiate an access easement through the church. They've said, they don't want any access going through their property. I don't believe that these property owners have been approached. I will say there's a shed, there's a driveway, they have improvements within that 5 feet that it's likely going to be very difficult to have them sell 5 feet of property, but.
Okay, so that was Melinda's point then, that they had developments that would be hard to sell the 5 feet on each side. Okay. Okay, go ahead. Martinez?
I think we need to table this item. There's a lot of options and there's a lot of.
We've been at it for almost an hour.
I know, but I think the developers need to come back with other options, and I think we should table the item until a future date when they come back.
I think these are really the only options, either access through the side on the back, access through a secondary point on Huebner.
Okay, then I make a motion, then I'll make a motion, we deny the request.
Okay.
I'll second that.
All right.
I guess the other option would be to acquire easements, go approach different property owners, and see what that could bring. But as far as what we have the ability to do right now, these options is pretty much all we can do without approaching, tabling it, and going to adjacent property owners.
Okay, but Mr. Chafee, I do have a motion and a second on the table to deny this request from Mr. Martinez and Mr. Campos. And I don't know about Mr. Bradshaw, if he needs to be here. I think he should be here. So I'm going to ask for a roll call vote here in just a minute.
You got to ask for discussion.
Yes, any further discussion? Exactly. You're right. So we can wait until Mr. Martinez. Yes, Mr. Mata? Thank you.
Yeah, I think Mr. Orozco, who this would affect probably more than anyone, and he's been thoughtful about his residents as well, in a sense offers his approval for the idea of that ingress coming off of Evers and Chanel. And I think that they've already turned that into a trailhead, so I don't see, it looks like they're going to integrate that into it without any effect. So, I mean, why deny it if that option's there, you know?
Okay. All right. A lot has happened since you've left, Mr. Bradshaw. We have a motion and a second to deny the request, and we're into further discussion. So, anybody else? Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Mr. Mata. Yes, I don't think we should close the door on this. Yeah, go ahead and deny the entry, both entryways there. But I'd like to do the option of giving them an opportunity to explore and come up with a proposal that would allow him to come in through Pavona and St. John, right there on Evers and Chanel Point. I don't want to close the doors on them.
Okay.
Because we need to get going on this. But yeah, I'm okay with denying this, but we also want to give them the opportunity to develop this option and go with it.
Okay. Or as Mr. Chafee was saying, talk to those neighbors and see if, I mean, they might have some development, but they might want the money to, I don't know. So just come up with some other proposals is what I'm hearing. Mr. Martinez and then Mr. Stevens.
By denying this, his proposal is a secondary entrance on Huebner only. By denying this does not preclude them from doing what you want to, Mr. Roscoe. So, we're only, let's keep on topic. All we're talking about is denying the secondary entrance.
Thank you. Mr. Stevens.
Yeah, I think also, I feel like when you go back to the table and you calculate that it's going to be like, I don't know, 800 feet at least of that grid, so a 75,000 pound fire apparatus can drive on it, that's 20 feet wide, 800 plus feet long, that you're going to see that, we'll see that the cost for that is going to start getting close to what the sprinkler system cost is. And then that's not even counting for all the, clearing out that'll be required and that sort of thing. So,
would part of the decision be an estimate, a cost estimate of what that would be? Would that help you in that decision?
Yeah. I mean, I don't think we're closing the door to that at all, but I feel like there needs to be some homework done on, cost benefit. Obviously, yeah. I think also you may have to carve out, I don't know the radius and all that stuff at the back of your neighborhood, but you may have to like take out one of the homes that's at the back corner in order to get a road that, a turn point where you can actually enter. I don't know that much about, this type of thing, but there's going to be other considerations that
I see what you're saying,
kind of have to
yeah.
take
We would
about.
absolutely look at that and be sure we meet
Okay.
Attorney Radio.
Mr. Campos.
And again, when I started my question, I wanted to make it clear that the variance was the secondary entrance on Hebner, and that's what we're denying. If you come back
Right.
with an alternative plan, great. But we're just saying this one
Understood.
is not the one.
Understood.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
We have other discussion? Yes, sir. If you'll state your name and where you reside, please.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Thank you. We haven't voted yet, but, okay.
My name is Victor Bernal. I'm the senior manager for Century Communities. So I'm going to be the main point of contact when it comes to at least, working with y'all on the development and also with home building as well. And we appreciate y'all's time and appreciate y'all's comments on this one. So yes, we'll be able to come back with alternative options as well. We'll definitely look into at least looking back into the option adjacent to Evers Road and working that route as well. So, but
And Victor, what was your last name?
Bernal.
Bernal. Okay, I
Yes.
just want to make a note of that. Thank you very much. Mr. Roscoe, did
Yeah,
you
Mr.
have another
Bernard,
follow-up?
I'd be more than glad to work with you on it.
Yes.
On what I think will be beneficial for you and for my subdivision. That as far as allowing access for the neighbors only that live in that, they need to build a pool or something.
Yes.
They're the only ones that can go in there. I'd be more than glad to talk to you and sit down with you, give
Yes,
you some
of course.
ideas, and let's make this happen for you.
All right. No, I appreciate y'all's time. Thank you so much.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the table to deny the second entrance as presented. Is that correct? And then all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry, 5 ayes and no nays. Okay, thank you, but with the caveat that you'll come back with an alternate proposal. Thank you. All right, it's 8:30, and we'll move then to announcements by the mayor and council. I had a lot of announcements, but we've been kind of really a lot, and we didn't have announcements the last time. I just wanted I don't know which ones to delete and which ones to keep on. But anyway, I just wanted to say that all of the council members and some spouses and the city manager, we all attended the TML convention in Dallas and learned a whole lot. And you saw one of the agenda items tonight was follow up to that. But it was a really good meeting, and we in my tenure as mayor, I've never had 100% participation like we did this year. So I thank my colleagues for that. Thought that was wonderful. Dr. Caldera and I have met with Judge Sakai and his staff on bringing in a pilot program to the city of Leon Valley and the county on homelessness. And so I believe everybody got a summary of the draft proposal, but the Commissioners Court will be taking it up on November 28th, 2023 at 10 o'clock in the morning at Commissioners Court. So I hope y'all can make it. We finally met with the Bandera Road last week with the new city council member, Ms. Gavito. And the good news is that we found out that the city of Leon Valley doesn't owe 10% of the right-of-way cost. That was really big. Crystal and I were really, the legislature changed. It used to be that we owed, but now it's TxDOT. They are going to be responsible for that. Anyway, we've invited them to the town hall, and so we'll talk about that at the town hall meeting. But anyway, and last but not least, I just wanted to congratulate my colleague, Mr. Stevens. He got married on September 29th, and I'm so happy for you and Kate, so thank you so much. All right, yeah, it's not every day that you get married, right? To the love of your life. All right. Okay, I didn't mean to embarrass you. Okay. I'm going to start over here. Yes, whoever else would like to go. Mr.
Sorry, just say you wanna go
Orozco.
first?
Me to go first?
No,
Yeah.
whoever, I think we kind of, whoever wants to go, just, go for it, go for it.
I just want to.
Oh, I know what
What?
you were going to say.
What was I going to say?
The Arizona.
Yeah, no, I was going to say
Diamondbacks.
that. I was going to say that. I was going to say I'm still not married.
We got a smart
So
person.
there you
Yes, congratulations to the Texas Rangers.
Yeah, there you go. That's good.
Boo.
Yes,
My
I know,
Diamondbacks
but
lost.
you've got a positive attitude.
And I just, on a serious note, some of us were able to attend a week or so ago
Yeah.
the memorial service for one of our residents who was member of the Home Rule Charter Committee, Miss Sarah Smart, who is, she'll definitely be remembered as a vital part of the city, and my thoughts are with her family.
Thank you for that. That was a beautiful ceremony.
And my condolences to the Smart family as well. This Saturday is Veterans Day, and if you see a veteran, you know some veteran or are related to one, thank them. For these veterans actually signed a piece of paper that said that I will die for this country if I have to, and some did. So you can't have Memorial Day without Veterans Day because it's one and such. But a lot of us that are alive still think about those that have passed away. And even I can almost talk to any veteran that's here. It don't matter how old we are, if something would happen, we still sign our names on the line said that we will die or fight for this country. So thank a veteran if you can, and happy Veterans Day.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Orozco. Yes, Mr. Campos.
Mayor, I want to just thank all the citizens that provided input for the short-term rental ordinance. Thank you for all the comments, good or bad. They're great. Now we've got something going to move forward with. I also want to thank all the veterans for their services. Ray Orozco, if you don't know, he is a veteran. So Ray, thank you for your service to our country.
So is
Mr. Benny Martinez as well. And so also the condolences to the Smart family.
Thank you very much. Mr. Stevens.
I will pass. I don't have
Okay.
any original comments.
Okay, Mr. Martinez.
Well, maybe we should see about getting Mr. Bradshaw on the next Bachelor.
Oh.
Other than that, I've got no comments. Thank you.
Okay, I was just, thank you for that. The Leon Valley Elementary is holding a Veterans Day ceremony on Friday at 8 a.m. And U.S. Representative Joaquin Castro is the guest speaker. So just want to let everybody know that, yeah.
And this Saturday?
No, this Friday at the school at 8 o'clock in the morning. Yeah. And so I will be attending that, but if anyone else on the council would like to come, I know you'll be invited as well. Okay. Dr. Caldera, and what do you have on your report this evening?
The city manager's report is outside and online. And just a reminder, we are closed on Friday in observance for Veterans Day.
Okay. I guess that'll be the future agenda. All right, consent agenda items 7.1 through 7.6. Is there any council member who wishes to remove any of these items for discussion?
I'd like to remove items 5 and 6.
Oh, 5 and 6?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. 5 and 6, all right. May I have a motion then to approve consent agenda items 7.1 through 7.4?
I will so move.
All right. We have a motion by Councilor Stevens and a second by Councilor Orozco to approve consent agenda items 7.1 through 7.4 as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Then moving to 7.5, discussion and possible action on an ordinance amending the City of Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, Chapter 1, Article 1.04, City Council, Section 1.04.001, Rules of Meeting Decorum and Conduct, adding executive session meeting time at 6 p.m. and prohibiting outside presentations. And our first read was held 9/5/23. Dr. Caldera, do you have a specific question for her?
Yeah. The only portion I have is with the outside presentations. I can see where somebody coming before city council can, will have a very good presentation that would strengthen our discussion.
Right,
And-
that's
but-
why it says it's allowed by council and/or staff. We just won't allow people to come up and hand me a PowerPoint and plug it in and start doing a presentation. That's what that statement means.
Okay. Other than that, maybe limiting it to their outside presentation to 5 minutes. And that way we can move the meetings faster.
Did we have a time limit on it?
10.
It's 10
Right,
minutes.
right now it's 10 minutes, but that's.
Is,
So it
does the
just
rest-
depends on what it is. So like an outside presentation from your engineer on water rates is going to be more than 5 minutes. I mean, that's why we kept it open-ended, so it's up to the council. If you allow just, I'm going to use Eric because he's sitting there, come up with a PowerPoint presentation, the council votes on it, it's up to the council to determine how long that presentation needs to be.
As long as we have the option of
You can
I
call
just don't want to block all presentations.
No, it's the council has the ability to allow people to come and speak, and as well as staff, just like this evening, staff presented the engineer, that would still be allowed. It's the staff and the council that is allowed, but we just didn't want people to come with their PowerPoint presentation and just start giving a presentation.
And one thing I'd like to see, that I agree with Mr. Campos, is that most presentations, if they were presented to staff, and then staff makes a presentation to council.
Right, that's
that's
the
the
way
way-
that's the way it's set up. The problem, what was happening was sometimes you'd have a developer, they'd ask one question, how many trees you're going to cut down, and then instead of just answering the question, they want to go through a 10-minute presentation. That should not be allowed.
Right.
Without the council's approval, if the council wants to hear the whole presentation.
I'm happy with number 5 now.
Okay, do you want to make a motion?
I make a motion, we accept 5 as presented.
Okay. We have a motion by Councilor Martinez and a second by Councilor Campos to approve agenda item 7.5 as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. All right, if you'll continue on 7.6, presentation, discussion, possible action of a resolution granting a fence variance to 6406 Royalty Point, CB 4429A, Block 1, Lot 25, Seneca Estates. And Ms. Teague, I know last time we met the applicant and we asked him to go back and get his neighbor's consensus, which is in the packet. So I thought, and I guess I misunderstood, that if they approved, then we would, that's why we put it on the consent, or I put it on the consent agenda. So if you'll please explain
My
your
objection
issues.
to this is, well, I kind of agree with it. I think this is going to start a very dangerous precedent where everybody's going to want an 8-foot fence in the front yard. Look what happened.
It's not 8 foot. Yeah, it's not
Before, we had only allowed 6-foot fences, and we had one person that built an 8-foot fence that was really nice looking, and then without a permit, and then came to council and asked for forgiveness and to keep his 8-foot fence. And then we started getting other people, hey, he got a variance for his 8-foot fence, I want one for my 8-foot fence. So,
Yeah.
But he's not asking for an 8-foot fence, he's asking for a 6-foot fence. The variance is for it to be in the front.
I know, but our ordinance only allows 4-foot fences. So,
No.
6-foot.
No, in the front yard, it's only 4 foot.
No, it's not.
44 inches.
44 inches, yeah. So I think if we grant this, if it stayed at 44 in the front section, I would have no problem with it. But I just think this is going to start a very dangerous precedent, and more people are going to want 6-foot fences in the front yard. That's all my comment.
Okay, is it completely all in the front yard? I thought it was kind of like on a
No,
side
ma'am,
yard.
it's extending the side yard, which is part of the front yard.
But
it's not the full front
But it's
yard.
not going, I mean, in other words, we're still going to be able to see Mr. Ferris's front
Yes.
house.
He's just like
right?
extending his
Yeah.
side yard to come forward.
Okay, all right, yes, Mr. Bradshaw.
And it's tying into an existing 6-foot fence that's
Correct.
along the road. So I don't think it's going to be like, everybody's going to be like, oh, what did they do? It's going to blend in with the feel of the neighborhood. So I don't see an issue with this.
Yeah.
Okay, yes, Mr. Stevens.
Yeah, and I would just add that with the reason that this is that we had this come back to this meeting is because he had to go get it written permission from all of his neighbors. And so I sincerely doubt that a person that wants a 6-foot fence in the front of their yard on Forest Bend is going to get their signature of all their neighbors. So I don't think this is an issue about precedent.
Okay. Yes, Mr.
Can
Orozco.
I see the package where the neighbors responded?
Oh, yeah. There was 3 of them that responded, and
They're in there.
there was no opposition that I can recall.
Okay, stop right there.
Probably should have taken the numbers out.
And this is in a cul-de-sac, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you. Yeah, I was totally against it at first, but then I went back there again and looked at it. I don't think there would be that much of an obstruction of the other neighbors compared to what the other neighbor's fence comes all the way up almost to the street as well. And we work in conjunction with that. So, and it's not an 8-foot fence; it's a 6-foot fence. So I'm thinking that I'd like to make a motion to approve it.
Second.
All right. We have a motion by Councilmember Orozco and a second by Councilmember Bradshaw to approve 7.6 as presented. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
The motion carries 4 ayes and 1 nay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Ferris. Appreciate it. And then we're continuing with the agenda item number 8, regular agenda continued. Number 1, we do have a public hearing, so we'll open that one up in just a few minutes. And it's a first read, so we will not have a vote. And as my understanding, this is a cleanup issue. Is that correct, Dr. Caldera and Mr. Salinas?
Yeah, so essentially what,
And let me go ahead and read it. Presentation, public hearing, and a discussion to consider an ordinance revising Chapter 15, Zoning Division 3, Administration, Section 15.02.103, Certificate of Occupancy to require a complete and accurate application and owner affidavit for a certificate of occupancy. So, yes.
Yes. So essentially what was happening were we were withholding certificates of occupancy if people were not bringing in their sales tax permits. And that wasn't written in the code anywhere. It was something that Kelly and Joe started when they were here as part of the certificate of occupancy application. And we just kind of carried on. That's what we're doing. And then I had a business kind of call me out on it and say, where is that in the code where it says that I can't get my certificate of occupancy without a sales tax permit? And so basically what we're doing is we're updating the ordinance to say completed application. So it would require anything complete, like food permit if you're required to get a food permit, a sales tax permit if you're required to get a sales tax permit, a liquor license if you're required to get a liquor license. So we just put in there a completed application. So every time we issue a permit, or we don't have to come back to you to update this ordinance. It would just be for the required documents that they would need, which we have been doing on practice for quite some time. We're just clearing that up in the ordinance itself.
Thank you for that explanation. Do appreciate it. All right, Mr. Salinas, if you'd like to continue. Thank you.
So Dr. Caldera hit a lot of the good points on that. There's a second part to it as well, is that as I go out and speak to the businesses, we check for sales tax certificates. We do a monthly report from the comptroller. We get sales tax reports, so we see collections and what they're remitting to us. A certificate of occupancy is only issued once. So some businesses have certificate of occupancies going back 10, 15, 20 years. There is no recourse for us to, other than asking nicely for them to do it. In my experience, you can only ask nicely so many times. Some people will not do it. So this is our recourse to kind of make them comply into doing so. I've seen many businesses that don't have a sales tax certificate, either had it when they first applied, it is expired now, have it in San Antonio, we've asked them to change it, they have not changed it, or come in here and just that we'll get it later, and then we just never get it. These businesses are doing business in our city. and they're at a competitive advantage to other businesses that do not have to charge a tax or are charging the tax and collecting it. So the current ordinance reads as so. What we're going to add is very, very simple, a complete and accurate application, the owner affidavit that's already in the application, and then failure to maintain or update suitability, failure to maintain information as submitted in the application can be cause for revocation of certificate. It's really going to be on these liquor licenses, on your sales tax certificates. There is no way for them to come back because there's no certificate of occupancy check. So what we would do is staff would pull information, pull data from the state and make sure that they still have all those certificates in place. Everything here you see here is just examples. So this is, again, a cabinet store. This is right next to H-E-B. Their address is in San Antonio. I've already told them to change it. They haven't changed it. This is another one. This is River City Gunworks, also in San Antonio. We've asked them to change it. They haven't changed it. This is JB Wood Sheds. They have their certificate expired in 2018.
Oh my gosh.
So we've asked them to change it. They have not changed it. So again, these people are these businesses are doing business in our city. And again, it could be something as small as asking them for, hey, maybe did ownership change? Did your address change? You know, kind of things like that. But these businesses are doing here, and they're not remitting the sales tax to us. The first business is a cabinet business. They're in Leon Valley, but they have an address in San Antonio. We have a cabinet business in Leon Valley, and they're remitting their sales tax to us as well. So it's just not fair that they're in here in our city doing business and not remitting to the proper cities. Sorry. The other example is the alcohol example. So everyone here in green, everyone on this list has a TABC alcohol permit. Only the ones in green have an actual city permit with the city. So everyone else in here does not do that. We are currently working with planning and zoning to get that corrected, and that is actually going very well. But again, all this is information that we're pulling from the state, from TABC and the comptroller, and we can just do periodic checks on them to making sure that they have proper sales tax certificates, alcohol permits, whether they're a barber shop, any kind of state license, we can always check to see if they're there, and if their license has been revoked or something like that that's requiring them to do business, we can go back and revoke the certificate of occupancy. Obviously, the sales tax would be the more prevalent to us because we want those funds to come to the city. Obviously, the fiscal impact, you'll see increase in sales tax increase, and you'll see other revenues increase as well from the other fees that we charge. It is our recommendation, or at least my recommendation, to approve this, but it is at your discretion as well.
Okay. Sounds good. Yes, we can take questions, and then I can open up the public hearing if you'd like.
Oh,
you want to do the public hearing first, or?
Sure.
Is that all right? Okay, let's do that. Because we have a public hearing, let me open it up at 8:46 on Tuesday, November 7th, 2023. Is there anyone in our chambers that would like to address this issue on certificate of occupancy and the process? Okay, seeing none, then I will close the public hearing at 8:46 as well, and take some questions and comments from the colleagues. And I think Mr. Stevens, you had your hand up first, and then I'll go to Mr. Martinez and Mr. Campos.
Yeah, so I fully understand where this is coming from. I can see the perspective. We don't want businesses to be remitting taxes to other localities. I think it is a misnomer, though, a little bit, because just because your address, when you file with the comptroller, you can choose, and I used to have to do this before the marketplace facilitator tax law, but I had to add a ton of localities in Texas to submit sales tax to all those localities, because my sales tax was based on destination and of shipment, and so just because the address on their sales certificate isn't Leon Valley doesn't mean they aren't remitting to Leon Valley, if that makes any sense. If you have a Leon Valley address, by default, the comptroller adds Leon Valley plus via the MTAs, all the stuff that actually is applicable to here, and then you have to go in and manually add the other ones. But once you do it, they're there forever until you take them away, I guess, which I don't even know if you can do that. So that being said, but my issue with this, and I understand keeping it active, you know, if that's the way that we want to do the to keep businesses compliant with the sales tax law to make sure the revenues are coming into Leon Valley, that sort of thing. But I do not like the weaponized. I don't like the ability to use the certificate of occupancy as the weapon. I'd rather see a separate citation for not having a sales tax certificate up to date, if that's even possible. Because the truth is, the certificate of occupancy, the intention is to show that the building is safe, it's inhabitable, it's healthy, it's had a health inspection if applicable, a building inspection, making sure it's up to the building codes and any new construction in there is good, and a fire inspection. And we're using a sales tax certificate as a reason to revoke the certificate that says that their building is safe and inhabitable. So that's where I personally have the issue. I think that that's the wrong weapon to get compliance. I think I would rather see another way to get compliance versus the revocation of a certificate of occupancy.
Sure. So I understand that point. I want to point out this business is because it's on the example. This is JB Wood Sheds. They haven't had a sales tax certificate since 2018. So sheds are not cheap, right? At what point are they just going to pay the fine and not? And I mean,
Have you researched sheds, the sales tax? So it's based on destination. It depends on if they're skids or if they're constructed on site or if they're attached to a permanent foundation. Certain buildings are not sales tax at all, but for the most part, it's going to be based on destination. And so Leon Valley isn't even going to get a lot of that sales tax
Which is
revenue.
fine, but they still don't have a sales tax certificate, so they can still sell sheds in the area. So there's other things. So yes, to your point of if there's destinations, there's another state law that they just updated. So like we have a flag distributor right here, National Flag and Pennant.
Right.
They did the same thing. They had the same business model that you did where they paid the tax at the end. The state has changed that a little bit where you're manufacturing. If you're not selling items on Amazon, if you're an actual manufacturer, the city gets that tax, right? So we've contacted that with the state, right? And the state has told us National Flag and Pennant should be remitting to you. We've changed that. Our issue is not those people that have an address outside of Leon Valley and San Antonio. We can pick up the phone and call the comptroller, and they can change it for them on the back end. And those are not the people we're having the issue with. The people we're having the issue with are the ones that don't want to change it. So I'm perfectly fine to opening up to a municipal fee, but the fee, if they have their sales tax certificate revoked, would more than likely happen, and I'm going to put some giant quotations, would more than likely happen is that they did not pay the sales tax to the state. And the state would need to recoup their money first before they issue another sales tax certificate. So if they were to go to do business in San Antonio, Helotes, or anything else, more than likely those cities would not let them do that either because they don't have an active sales tax certificate, and they can't get one until they pay the state tax. So most of these businesses that have a revoked, suspended, or inactive sales tax certificate did not pay their proper portion of the state tax, and they have been revoked by the state, not by us. So I mean, I'm open to the finance. I'm open to the municipal fee, but I just don't know if it's going to be as effective to get them into compliance. That is my only concern, but we are open to that.
So there's other reasons that it could be inactive. There's a possibility that they no longer collect and remit under this, like
That's correct. Yes.
under the LLC. They could have.
He's not talking just about work sheds. He's saying in general.
But that's what I'm saying. So there could be I mean, for all we know, maybe they are non-compliant, and that's kind of scary business situation.
It's not uncommon, is what I'm telling you. Is that we have a very good relationship with the comptroller. It's not uncommon. I mean, yes, you're correct. As I said earlier, there could be things that they change their ownership. We have Schlotschkes. They're changing ownership. They have to come and get all brand new sales tax certificate. Pizza Hut, they're doing the exact same thing. A change in ownership will require that. What we're seeing is that you have a cabinet store who's they're actively fine. They're doing business. Their certificate is active. They're just not, and we have asked them nicely. So if we do a municipal fee, we're absolutely fine with doing so. But we're having an issue with the ones that have their license suspended or just don't want to change it. Those are the people that we're having issues with.
So the other reason, and I don't know, sheds are like very complicated. I do know enough to know that, but based on taxation of like raw materials and stuff. But they also might, and I don't know if they would say inactive or would say revoked. I think it would say revoked if they didn't do their annual franchise.
They only say inactive. They only say active and inactive.
Okay, so maybe they didn't do there's like an annual franchise.
That's why I said I put big quotation marks on why a business has an inactive status. Most of the time, it's because they did not pay their sales tax portion to the state.
Okay.
That is why, yes, there is other options, but more than likely, they're not paying their portion. They got an audit and they found out they were not paying correctly.
So then it gets to so is there another, aside from revoking their certificate of occupancy, which again, this is the certificate that certifies the building safe, it's inhabitable, it's been inspected by the fire marshal. It really has nothing to do with a sales tax license. It's more based on building safety, health, fire safety, that sort of thing.
Do a citation, and it would be the same wording that we had on the last one, so 500 per day for every day of violation, so we could do that instead of revoke.
I mean,
of the certificate of occupancy.
I personally would be more in favor of that, just because I don't think we're using the right
Mechanism?
You're not, yeah, it's not the right mechanism to hold something, that's not what a certificate of occupancy is meant for, so.
Okay, and is there an agreement from the council to add the $500 per day per occurrence?
$500, yes, but.
So when you,
No.
so can you answer, so you say you pull somebody's back because they're being non-compliant or whatever, or they're not answering you, I don't know. So you revoke their certificate of occupancy. So when they want to reinstate that, they have to get a whole new building inspection, fire inspection.
They'd have to get a certificate of occupancy process, yes. However, if the building is, pretty much safe, then that should not be an issue. But our concern is you don't want businesses that are generating and using our city as a location. We're a very good location for businesses to come in and not pay their portion. That is our concern.
Right.
Someone else can be at that location paying their portion.
I again, have no argument with that at all. I think that, the sales tax should be remitted to the proper, the localities. But I have a problem with using this as the weapon because the certificate of occupancy has nothing to do with the sales tax and use permit and the address, and the up-to-dateness of that. So I don't know though if
We could do it as a violation of the ordinance, like I said, we could do a citation of $500 a day per day of violation.
I mean, that will get people's attention for sure.
So,
And then they might be able to come into the court and just prove that they've updated their sales tax, and then
That'll
they
probably
get their
be
fee
a
waived.
bigger motivator, yeah. Okay, so is everybody okay with that except for Mr. Martinez? Did you say yes or no?
I noticed HEB was on the list of
Yeah.
non-compliant.
Where?
On the alcohol.
yeah.
The alcohol.
Oh, yeah.
Be
Absolutely.
marketplace.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
we-
like so this is where it gets like very interesting. So it's a bureaucratic organization, right? You're not going to be able to walk into the store and talk to the right person that needs to change the sales certificate. It's highly unlikely, in my opinion. But they got to go through corporate and do all the shenanigans. So we're going to go and shut them down. We're going to pull their certificate of occupancy because they haven't changed the address because somebody in the hierarchy of HEB bureaucracy isn't. I mean, it's just not the right tool.
I mean, we would be more practical about it, right? We would obviously give them time and days and a good portion. We want to be reasonable. We were just not going to shut you down because you don't have one. So we would be more reasonable with them. We're just not going to go in there and shut everybody down. But, I mean, yes, HEB, we sent out these letters, right? We sent out letters last week. Peter Piper didn't have one. Peter Piper found out, they paid it. I mean, we told them, you don't have it, go ahead and pay it. So we're not going to be as enforceful as shutting it down day one, the second we find out. We will inquire about it. Sometimes it's just a simple, hey, we changed ownership. Okay, that's fine. Give us your new tax ID. But and I don't want to solely focus on the sales tax, right? There's other things that the alcohol tax, the food permit, things like that obviously matter. That's,
Sure.
health and safety as well. So this is one mechanism we tried to use, but the sales tax was one that obviously there's a big finance behind it, and I see it on the map. When someone is there, I know they're physically there. They are not changing names. They're not reporting to us. We know they're not there. I've made changes to that, but it's very difficult to do it one at a time. You can only ask nicely so many times. So I'm not opposed to doing a $500 per day per fee, but this is what we initially came up with.
Yeah. I think the $500 a day I think that would get them to change pretty quickly.
Ultimately,
per
because
day.
they'll be able to come to the
Yeah.
court, the right person, probably for example, HEB corporate, we'd be able to give the citation to one of the managers or something, and then hopefully they would reach out to the right person in the corporate chain, show them the citation and say, hey, we got to fix this. And then they would probably come and fix it and then come to the courthouse and probably get it dismissed once they showed that it was updated. There was certificate of occupancy. You're literally talking about and I understand you're saying you're being more realistic. The reality is our former police chief would have shut HEB down if he had this law on the books. And that's what I see, it's ripe for abuse.
Okay. Anything else? Okay. All right, because this is a first read, so with the changes, we'll put it on the consent agenda for the next meeting, is that?
Okay.
That's
Oh,
right.
I'm sorry, Mr. Martinez, I did not know you had another comment on this. Go right ahead.
Go back. Okay. My first comment is, and this is kind of loosely related to this. You know, a lot of people that live here in Leon Valley go to the DMV to try to get their driver's license renewed, and they won't give you a Leon Valley in your driver's license. They put San Antonio even though you live in Leon Valley. But what surprises me, with Long Tab Brewing, you're saying they are not paying sales tax to Leon Valley?
No, they were missing an alcohol tax since we went through this review with our planning and zoning staff. They have so we're up to 18 applications. So again, this is very simple. We pulled the list. This is the list. We sent out a letter. Hey, you have a TABC license. You need a city permit. Come into the city office and apply for one. Or here's the instructions. Apply for one.
Okay, but
Peter
see-
Piper came in, and so did Long Tab. Did it? They all did it already. But it's just a matter of notifying them.
Okay. With Long Tab, the one that gets me is we just gave them $10,000 from economic development tax. And if they're not compliant, why did we give them $10,000?
They had a sales tax certificate. They just didn't have an alcohol permit. They were one of the first ones when I was here, and I didn't know that we had an alcohol permit, to be honest with you. So we're going through this process, and we're rectifying some of these things that are not there. There's other there's other businesses that are here as well that didn't know that dealt alcohol. I think there's one here called they deliver food. I forgot what it's called, but they're not on here right now. Go Brand Texas, that's the one. It's Go Puff, that's the same thing. So they deliver food. They carry a TABC permit because they deliver alcohol. So, I mean, there's other businesses. This is the easiest way to get that.
All right, thank you. Mr. Campos.
Mr. Salinas, I just want to tell you, great job in doing this compliance work. I agree with Mr. Stevens that maybe the CO, certificate of occupancy, is not the right vehicle. The penalties, but I just want to tell you thank you. Crystal, thank you for bringing this to the council's attention.
Okay, sounds good. All right, moving on to number 8.2, should be really quick. Town hall meeting, 14th annual, it's not the 12th, it's the 14th, but that's okay, we can change that. Here's a tentative agenda, and just wanted to ask your input, because we haven't finalized anything, and we'd like to hear from the residents as well. ABC is just the general, introduction and all that other stuff. When we went to the Bandera Road corridor meeting 2 weeks ago, Mr. Gardner was there, and he said, "Mayor, do you want me to come and give an update?" I mean, we said sure, because it's moving, and it'll be here before we know it. So if that's okay with y'all, we'd like to add the Bandera Road update. And then, of course, Melinda wanted to talk about the solid waste survey, and it's important because we only have another year before we have to change out our garbage. Emergency preparedness, how to get prepared this winter. Y'all want to, again, need some input from y'all. I don't know if we need a home rule charter amendment election, but we are eligible. The last one was in 2022, where we made the major changes to the home rule charter. But remember, we had all these little things like, well, we can get rid of this because it's state law, so why do we have it in our charter? But as I remember, Councilor Bradshaw said to the council, let's pare it down. We had like 46, I don't know, it was a lot. And so we just pared it down, and we kept the redundancy in the charter. Do y'all want to go back and look at it again? Again, we are eligible for a 2-year election in November of 2024, if we want to do that. And then the last one is the mission statement. I'm sorry, not the mission, the strategic plan, excuse me. It is recommended that we update our strategic plan every 5 years. The last time it was on the town hall agenda was in January of 2017, and we actually passed the strategic plan in February of 2018. So it's been 5 to 6 years. So, and then, there's other issues. I mean, I don't know if you want to talk about the homeless or, whatever else. So love your input. Yes.
Mary, if we can do what we did last time, give
Yeah.
us a deadline for each one of us to submit a list of
Okay.
things that they want in there.
Okay.
And then,
This is short, so this is
Yeah.
the
Yes.
items that you had last year. This isn't a retreat, this is the town hall.
right.
Yep.
I mean, are you guys okay with that? Think about it and submit a list, or
I mean-
you got your list now?
We might get too much stuff.
That's what my concern is that this is for the, get input from the general. We normally have a really good turnout for this.
Yeah, we do.
So like, just for instance, if you don't want to have the home rule charter amendment,
Yeah.
but y'all want to update on the homelessness, we can
Uh-huh.
switch out the two.
Mhm.
Last year, y'all had just like the same amount.
Mhm.
You had till I.
Right. Okay. Mr. Campos and then Mr. Stevens.
Would water rates be appropriate?
That's a longer discussion.
Yeah.
So we plan on bringing that back to you, but as a workshop probably, because that'll take up, y'all typically want to have it in time for this. If y'all want an all-day event, we can definitely add water rates to it, but y'all normally want to end at noon for this meeting.
But I'm talking more to give an update to our citizens about future water.
We have to give you, need what y'all want first.
What-
We don't know what y'all, we can't give them an update until we get y'all's feedback first.
Well, can't we schedule a workshop prior to this?
You can, that's up to y'all, but it's just a matter of how much time you have. I think it's gonna be normally water discussions are 30 minutes to an hour, discussion, and so if you want that to be here, I would recommend you take off 1 or 2 items on here and add water discussion. But again, up to y'all. And then we have to schedule a workshop between now and then.
Well, I don't know. I loved our coffee that we had the last time because we didn't have any agenda items. Yeah, I'm sorry y'all missed it, but it was really good. And we just had one comment after another about certain issues that we addressed. It was great. But I was going to say we could also add water to the April coffee, possibly. I mean, if we're not ready for it, that's the only thing. So anyway, yeah, whatever. And I'm concerned because of the holidays, and but I'm here if we need it. So, Mr. Stevens.
So I had a question on the city's mission, vision statement, and strategic plan. Is that like the proposed strategic plan, or is that?
That's y'all telling us what you want. So my idea for this particular item was to let the citizens add to it by the, how we do the
Yeah.
multiple choice. I haven't come up with what that looks like yet. If you go on our city's website, I've asked the directors to kind of go through it. A lot of the items on there are outdated, like we've already done them.
Yeah.
But your mission and your vision statement go hand in hand with your strategic plan. So we were very green in your mission and vision statement, so a lot of the items were geared in your strategic plan towards already sustainability. So I mean, I hope y'all are still in that direction, but that's the majority of your strategic plan, has a lot of those components in it. And so but they all go hand in hand. Your mission statement, your vision statement, and your strategic plan kind of all tie together.
Yeah. So we're gonna ask the citizens
Like
what they want to see.
correct, what they want to see in
Okay.
their strategic plan.
Seems like a mess.
It's
I mean, I understand. Yeah. Okay.
So this becomes a secondary question of whether or not you want a facilitator. So
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Last time we had a strategic plan overview, we had a facilitator come out, and they went out and we did the whole SWOT and analysis, and the citizens kind of developed a strategic plan. But we did it over multiple meetings. It didn't happen in one meeting.
Yeah. Well, that's what yeah, so you're only going to get a one subsection of the Leon Valley population on one morning, and we're going to develop a strategic plan from the input from.
4 meetings the last time. We had a workshop, and then we had it at a regular council.
Yeah, maybe we should move that one off,
But I wanted to,
concentrate.
because it came up,
Yeah, I just was saying, Crystal, we need to update it because it's been 5 years, 6 years.
I do think that your town hall meeting is the best meeting to have that discussion because
Mm-hmm.
it's your largest attended meeting.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe when we do the solid waste survey, if it would be feasible to maybe ask the community, because I think we'll probably get high response rate from the solid waste survey, and that applies to the whole city. So we could ask perhaps some targeted, very strategic questions about the strategic plan to find out what is like important to citizens. We'll hit all of the people, so even if they work, Saturday mornings or whatever, and they can't make a meeting, they'll have the opportunity to respond on paper. What would we like to see? So I think about the common citizen concerns and the things that are brought up to me and to probably all of us. And I know one of the top things is related to law enforcement, police, that sort of thing. And so I don't know if maybe even like for 5 or 10 minutes, the chief or assistant chief or somebody can get up and maybe talk about like crime in the Leon Valley community compared to, national, whatever, some other metric. And then things that we're doing to try to resolve those issues. So whether it's, and I'm thinking of things like the apartment complex security requirement to add like that type of thing. I feel like because that's going to ultimately take the pressure off of local law enforcement, but that's something that the community has never had explained to them.
That's true.
But anything about our current police officers staffing, maybe if we can find like 1 or 2 officers that have done something that's like really exemplary and maybe showcase them.
So we've been doing that at the CPAC.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, Mayor, if I can go. I like.
Okay, I like that too. Go ahead.
Stevens. Our last CPAC, the police did a presentation, not only on how they stop cars and what they do and so forth, but they went through an explanation of things that happened during their tour duty and their staffing, and it was an excellent presentation. Best one that I've seen in CPAC since it started. But that's an excellent idea to put on there. I like that.
Yeah.
It is a long presentation.
So maybe Ray, whatever you remember right today from that PowerPoint, if you can like just because you don't need to overload him.
It was interactive. We had a big stop outside.
That's what made it so great. They were there.
Yeah.
That's what made it fantastic.
The other
They were
thing is,
hands-on.
we sometimes, we have started the town hall at 8:30 before. So we could start at 8:30. Just give us a little, 4 hours, so.
I think the law enforcement thing is something that's important. I personally, if I was to choose one thing that I'd really like to see that we haven't seen in the past, it's something related to law enforcement, things that we're doing to try to be proactive, things that we're doing to be reactive, and then an update on, like how we trend compared to.
Well, because,
state or
when you go door to door, what do people say? Why they live here?
Yeah.
Because I said, when you go door to door, what do people say? The reason they live here?
Police,
the best
fire.
Police, fire, and EMS. I mean, they always say that, so.
And then I'm not hearing a whole bunch of people concerned with the home rule charter, so are y'all good with that this time around?
I think, we did what we needed to do last time and, and just leave,
If it
I
ain't
mean.
broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, so let's take that one off, for sure.
Would y'all like a facilitator for your strategic plan, or would you just like to get a baseline of what residents are looking for?
What do y'all think? I mean, who would we ask?
Yeah,
That
I
would
don't
be
think
the
we
other
need a
thing.
facilitator. We can do it ourselves.
Well, if we do maybe small table discussion.
Of your current strategic plan and just present that, and then and then leave an open-ended question for the audience to get a jump start on it.
Personally, what I think would be more kind of like a better way to do it is to see what other cities have done that's maybe like innovative a little bit, because you can't plan for the future by like looking at your track record. It's better to like look at what other people have done that have been good. And if we're using a strategic plan to actually like model the priorities, for the upcoming years, it's probably wise to look at what other municipalities and cities in the area have done to what they're focusing on. So whether it's changing the demographic of their population, increasing, places for seniors to play, to recreate. I mean, that type of stuff. I don't know what's important to other cities, but I think it'd be better to almost look outside and see what other cities are doing in order to get some ideas.
I was just going to say, my nephew in Austin just gave me a link for these really creative cities. I can't remember what it's called right now, but I'm going to look at that. And but I agree with you. We got to see what other people are doing too. Okay, Mr. Campos.
On the emergency preparedness, how to be prepared this winter, instead of a presentation, why can't we have a handout or put it on our website? To give us more time for this, the police presentation. If we take off that and the home rule, that's just my suggestion.
How about starting at 8:30? What do you think? I'll be up. Okay.
Fine.
Let's start at 8:30. Because we're going to have to, first 10, 15 people need to, get their food, and then we'll start maybe at 8:45, that kind of thing. Okay, so when do you want to have this finalized? Because we need to get postcards and stuff like that. So.
By the next meeting, so if you've got anything else, I'll put it back on.
Okay, so we'll put it back on for the next meeting, and Dr. Caldera with the 2 additional, I think we said, take off the home rule charter and the emergency preparedness and add the police and add, what was the other thing we were going to add?
To look at other cities.
That is strategic.
I can come up with a presentation for that and send it out to y'all and see if it's kind of what y'all are thinking.
Okay.
For that, and then if it doesn't hit the mark, then maybe we just address the strategic plan at another time.
The other thing is on emergency preparedness, why can't we have a table there at the town hall meeting that has, all these handouts and what we need, to educate us and how to, I don't know, you always need emergency stuff, besides a flashlight and water and all that. Yes, go ahead.
And then to clarify, the solid waste survey, is that going to be kind of showing the questions that will be sent out?
The questions, for y'all's direction, when we showed this presentation to y'all, y'all gave me some recommendations on some changes, and then you wanted me to present those questions at the town hall meeting to see how people reacted to those questions, and then so y'all can finalize the survey so we could mail it out.
Okay.
Okay, so the survey results from the town hall are to decide what the questions on the actual paper survey will be.
Like issues with the questions or like that was my understanding, unless y'all had a different perspective on that. But my understanding was to take those questions and filter them through the town hall meeting. So we can ask them.
How was it done in the past? Because we just shouldn't do that again.
The last 2 times Kelly had St. Mary's do the solid waste contract, and then she had a grad student do it. And we got complaints on both that the questions were filtered towards a certain direction, like they were asked in a certain way. And so y'all wanted to make sure that the questions weren't tailored to a specific direction. And so I presented those questions to y'all. Y'all had some recommended changes. We made those changes, and y'all recommended that we take it to the town hall meeting to see if anybody else had any input on that before we mailed out those.
Can you send that to us again?
Survey,
Yeah, that'd be great. Okay, so I don't know if we need any action, but on number 2, but just I think Dr. Caldera will put it back on the agenda. We'll finalize it next meeting, which is the 21st of November. Okay, then we move to citizens to be heard. Agenda item number 9. Anyone? Yes.
I wasn't going to speak until I heard the chief.
Well, good. Good evening, Mr. Renteria. Good to see you.
Live on Gristmill. And I'm sure you've heard about the Gristmill fire, maybe about 10 plus years ago. I know Mr. Martinez and Mayor Riley, and I'm the one that called in that fire, and it was right next door to me. And it didn't take more than 3 or 4 minutes for that house to be fully engulfed in flames. And the fire department got there rather quickly. There was a bunch of young 20-somethings going in there. I'm watching them fight this fire. First, they went in to ask questions if there was anybody in. Nobody was there. So their job was, number 2, to go ahead and make sure it didn't spread to any of the neighboring houses. So we were lucky enough. They fought that fire hard, and no damage came about it to my house or to my next-door neighbor. So I think it's, they had the proper amount of room, space on the street. And I think it's very important that they have that space so they can properly, efficiently do their job. You know, I commend those guys. You know, I mean, they did a heck of a bang-up job on that fire there. And like I said, I personally witnessed it. It personally impacted me because I saw it smoldering, and it went in flames just like that in a matter of 3 minutes. That house was fully engulfed.
Yeah.
And I can understand, and I hear his concerns why it's important to give them the proper room in order for them to work properly. But,
well, thank you for those
safety
comments. You had a real-life
number one.
situation.
It trumps all cards.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do appreciate it. Good evening. Anyone else? All right. Seeing no one, then we put the executive session at the end this time because we knew we weren't going to be able to get through in 30 minutes. So that's why we have it at the end. So let me read that, and then we'll adjourn after that. Number 10, the City Council shall meet in executive session to discuss the following. Number 1, pursuant to Texas Government Code Chapter 551, Section 551.072, deliberations on real property, 6503 Samaritan Drive, Leon Valley, Texas, 78238, CB 4430, P-15, colon 2.137 acres, P-16, 6.391 acres, and P-16A, colon 1 acre, ABS 432, various parcels located William Rancher, Grass Hill, Samaritan, and AIDS Drive, BCAD partial identification numbers 217816, 217817, 217818, 217819, 217820, 2178-281, 217838, 217840, 217843, for a total of 21 acres. So at this time, it's 9:20. We'll move into executive session. Thank you all very much. Do appreciate y'all being here this evening. And if we don't see you, have a good evening and a great weekend. Happy Veterans Day.
Oh, yeah. No, yeah, no. Yeah, no, well, I looked that up because it got pulled from her last agenda item. Yeah. And I told, because I honestly, sometimes I was like, I gotta research this because it was kind of complicated. So they recorded. Oh. Anyway, I like research now, like San Antonio definitely wouldn't allow this. Yeah. Like, so. That is really complex. Oh, it is. I mean, it is.
Not being over-recorded. But still, that's the whole thing, right? Yeah, but still, when you go there and you see the blades of grass, or you know, you can see a hair on the guy's head.
It's incredible, yeah. I mean, it's just so huge, too. The screens. Oh. My leg. Littering over here.
Do you find to go ahead and award a participation ribbon
So they can hear us, so.
the non-finalists.
Right.
Excuse me, sir. You're not at work yet.
Probably late January.
All right.
Oh, cool. That should be, is it somebody in your family or her family? Yeah, good friend. Oh, that's exciting. For a long time.
Two phones? We got two calling you. Was the work phone?
What?
There's one, oh, there's one city phone.
Yeah. I asked for that picture that came out on,
Slideshow.
this one right here. I really, really, really like this picture. You look so intense in what you're doing.
That looked pretty good.
Yeah. I'm gonna make an 8x10 of it.
There you go.
For once, it looks like everybody's looking at me when I'm talking. Like actually, they're paying attention. But
They are, except for one person. One person's ignoring.
no, you're intensely right. And of course, Dr. Carrero's doing something else. But I really like this picture, man.
I don't know, but you can adjourn with.
Benny.
I can block this enough.
That's it.
Okay. Thank you all very much for your patience. Really appreciate it. We're reconvening from executive session at 10:01, and we do have a motion. Mr. Bradshaw, if you'll.
Sure, Mayor. I would like to move that the city manager enter into further discussions with two of the proposals.
I'll
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Bradshaw and a second by Councilor Orozco to direct the city manager to enter into discussions with two proposals that we reviewed this evening. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you. Then number 12, possible action on issues discussed in executive session. We just took that action. And number 13 is requests for future agenda items. I just had one, and it's not really an agenda item, but Crystal, now that the Seneca West Flood Control Project is finished, could we have a final itemization of what it cost and, what did we pay? What did the county pay? What was, I know we got a grant from the county, et cetera. Just, and I know we had.
Was that in the city manager's report or actual presentation at the council meeting?
I think just the city manager's report. Yeah, that's all. I'm just, curious about the money. So, okay. So with that, if there's no further objection, then we move to adjourn at 10:03 on November the 7th. Take care. Have a wonderful evening, and we'll see y'all on the 21st. Okay. Thank you.
For what?
Mr. Ray.
Oh, it's fine. I showed it. I was able to show the PowerPoint in there.
Flew in on, when was it? It was on Sunday. Went to the game on Monday.
Right.
I flew back on Tuesday morning. It was quick. I flew back at 5 o'clock in the morning.
I didn't see you.
Say, guys, can I say something? I am so proud of this council. 5-0 on the short-term rentals. High five, man. Where we were a month ago.
Never would have saw it happen.
Y'all are awesome. Thank you,
Never would have thought. Never would have thought.
Right.
I just want to say that.
I was going to vote against it just because.
Yeah, I know, just to be different.
Okay.
Just to be different.
I see you guys.
Good job.
It happened Veterans Day.
I still like my idea though of only allowing everybody to talk for 5 minutes, except for me and Josh. Meetings will go faster.
It seemed like that was.
Like compromise. You didn't like my compromise, right?
No, I like the compromise.
I know.
Yes, 11 o'clock tomorrow.
Yeah.
You're gonna call me, right? 'Cause I don't have your number.
Oh, yeah. So that court, because I think, I don't know if it was Dallas, one of them up there that goes to the Eastern, that court has ruled in favor of the cities, for sure. Like, because they've, Arlington maybe, or one of them has a pretty stiff regulation, but it's been upheld by the appellate courts, I think, and it's just, none of the Supreme Courts have really taken a look. There was actually a bill on short-term rentals that was in the, I don't even think it made it out of committee.
So far from the stadium, and you can't have it.
Yeah, they're very restricted.
Very restricted.
Thank you, Mayor.
Oh, thank you. Y'all have a good evening. Bye.
It's my job.
Hello, listen now. Not far. Thank you. Listen this. Thank you. Oh, goodness, okay. I think I'm done. I was so hungry that I made all that noise about the popcorn. I'm so sorry.
Well, I got dinner delivered.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, one of the fire guys posted a picture, it looked delicious, so I said, stop it, I'm sitting in chambers by myself and brought it up here, so.
Oh,
last time I
wasn't
did.
that
I
sweet?
know, it was very
That was
nice.
so nice.
They're
I
nice
just-
people.
Yeah, that's great. Okay, well,
But it's killing me to smell it.
then you got to eat it. It was delicious.
No, I haven't eaten it yet.
Oh, you haven't
It's just
eaten it yet?
down
Oh,
here,
okay.
right when y'all open the door.
Oh, then, uh-oh.
No, that's fine, I'll get home and relax and enjoy it. Yeah, so I was gonna say, there were too many changes in some of those, and I don't have Mr. Rodriguez's electronic signature. So I'll have to get that
Well, it wasn't-
and his
it wasn't
permission.
him, it
I mean,
was
like,
Brad.
Brad, whatever. So I
Look
don't
what
have
I
his
found.
signature on him, so we'd have to wait anyway.
I am a pack rat.
So,
Can you
so
believe that? I keep everything. That's something that I might want to read because they're coming up for, see where they were 3 years ago, Yeah.
But see, I'm not wrong when I'm like, this isn't the first time we've heard it. We understand.
Exactly. Well, that's what I said. Did you hear me tell the guys I'm so proud of them for a 5-0 vote on short-term rentals?
Oh, I know.
I said that. I really, where we were versus, I mean.
Well, me rewriting that thing 100 times.
I
and
know,
going back
I
to
know, but it
complex
was,
and gosh.
I mean, I think, oh yeah, wasn't it?
Because they were the two,
Simplifying it.
they were
was
the
best
two,
thing
and then I
we
just
did.
went to both of them back and forth, so
Yeah.
then I'd be like, okay, because they can't, but I can go here, so.
We just.
So I think we came up, I think it was a good,
What's great.
I think it worked out.
Congratulations on your part and the council,
Well, they would have had to agree. They
Well,
had to,
remember,
they had to
remember when I
compromise.
told you, I said, I'd much rather have a 5-0 vote rather than a 3-2, everybody's mad, But, it's like, but I had to say something to Eric.
But remember, you're not supposed to respond back. You should let me respond, because I was gonna get up and respond.
Were you gonna say what I said?
I know.
Eric.
I know.
Okay, I know. Sorry about that, Chief.
No.
But anyway, I just felt compelled because, don't do that.
It really was a TML, and that's what I got
It
up.
was, exactly. I mean, that was the only reason we put it on. Why would we
put it on when we had it on the agenda for the last time for a second read.
And we had to do pretty good with time, like, we've been out before 10, like, this is the first time we've gone past 10 in a
Yeah.
while.
But it was good overall.
So
I
tomorrow-
want one of those those little things, but anyway.
Well, I think what I'm gonna do, since I kinda got it to work, I think I'm gonna post one, like, the same thing,